what I can do is like go to mountainside. Hold P, grab this, bring you down a bit. Got the rock here. Do that. Save the room, and then it'll take a little while, which is unfortunate, but it doesn't take quite as long as compiling the game. Usually. Complete a random question, but how did I learn to effectively type? I've done it a lot throughout my life. Like, I never intentionally learned to type fast. You know, I've never practiced typing. I guess, other than incidentally if I've played a typing game now and again. But that's more of just like a how good am I at this sort of thing, rather than can I get better at it. Yeah, so that just feels more natural in placement. I don't like how you die immediately on getting it, but... I wonder actually, could I put like a rock there? Or would that screw this up in some way? How many hours did I spend for this game? I'm not actually sure at this point, because like I said, it's like so on and off for so long that it's really kind of hard to be like, well, I've been working on it since X, therefore this many hours, or whatever. Diamond in the middle? Nah. It's like, I mean, I don't think there's really a way to effectively get to the middle other than like, I suppose that works, right? Yeah, I suppose it could go there. But like, I don't know if I want it like obtainable from both sides in that way. So you might actually be able to get it with just here then, like if you do this, like you'd be able to get it kind of like that. Or if you couldn't, it would look like you almost could, which would like, you know, you might think that that was actually the strat. Whereas here is like quite a clear, like, single path to getting it. There might be others, but they will be kind of esoteric. Why Construct in my engine? It's not Construct, it's Game Maker Studio, or rather just Game Maker now. It's Game Maker 2, I guess. No, Game Maker version 20. I guess it's Game Maker 2022 if you want to put anything else on the end of it. 2022.5. Being as we are in June. Rather, no, that should be we're coming up on 22.6 then, right? This one works out quite well. Whoa, that is loud. I'll alert. A wave. All the audio of that. I actually don't know. I thought there was something in OBS I could do to control that. Or I might just go to Streamlabs and turn it down. Right. Thank you for the follow, though I presume that's what that was, the Twitch follow. I'm hoping to eventually just kind of disconnect from Streamlabs entirely. As useful as it has been for a long time. Well, we already know it, like, there's already plenty of places, Diego, in the game where you do, like, back and forth, getting extra height. Yeah, Doorbell, that chat is Twitch only, the one you're seeing on the overlay. It was able to work with YouTube, but it's so like dusty and old that I've got fixes to make for it. So like it doesn't work right now. So, but I mean, you've got the chat there on YouTube. It's just now you guys on YouTube can also see what Twitch is saying. If anything, Twitch are disadvantaged because they can't see what you're saying right now. Alert box. Yeah, let's just different. It's kind of annoying. Volume settings. Why is there no like master volume setting for them? I'm sure there is on OBS, but I can't find where that comes in. Advanced audio properties. Oh, SL alerts. Oh, it is. It's there. Okay. That's like 50%. Just doesn't. Maybe I tick some box so it doesn't show up there. Can I just not save any of these then? Test follow. Wow, that was still absurdly loud. What the hell? Lighting is cool, but kind of looks garbage. Well, that's a... I don't know how to interpret that statement. Kind of like 20%. I put the monitor on for it out. Videos, cancel. Sorry, this is. I know we're gonna be doing a lot of kind of just technical nonsense while we get YouTube streaming going properly again. So you're all gonna have to bear with me a bit sometimes. Yeah, I mean, my desktop audio is muted going through, so it might just be that my speaker's up a bit. Can you all hear the music okay? Maybe you can't hear that at all. Turn this up a little. Just want to get it evenish so they get the idea that what I'm hearing is roughly what you're hearing, you know? It's tricky. Save here. That sounds quieter at least. Music's fine. Okay, good. Alright, we'll just leave it at that. Yeah, so my only issue here is just like when you fall, even if I make this one retract, like you get that and then you're probably gonna fall into these. I could retract that and bring out a platform underneath or something as well. It doesn't matter that you die really, it just feels kind of gross, right? Obviously the lighting will kind of look weird here as well because this is meant to be like outdoors, so there shouldn't be lighting. Like this should kind of like, and this should be like a cave, right? But we're just sort of developing the geometry and stuff. This is more level design than, you know, final artwork and that kind of nonsense. Yeah, so come back to like I like the challenge and everything around it. We'll come back to the feeling of that because yeah, like going up there and like dying immediately after getting it just doesn't feel great. I am kind of considering doing something like the Celeste strawberries or whatever, where it's like you have to like get back in order to get them. That doesn't necessarily fix this design because it's like, how do you get back after doing that? There is a way, but like, you know, that's more than I wanted this particular challenge to be about. Like you could do that and then like get back, but it's kind of tricky. for legal reasons. Not sure what that means either. Maze of contradictions you are. The thing here, but not quite yet. And then up here. All kind of a bit spoilers, I guess. Constantly in flux about the game's difficulty. Because like, sometimes I play like this, where I just like, man, everything feels so hard. And then other times I fly through everything and I'm like, oh my god, the game's way too easy. You know. Not possible for me to judge. Be higher than that. You need to like get around that corner. I swear it was not this hard before. Usually like stabbing up is ideal. Rather than trying to stab here, you want to stab there for reasons that will become obvious when we get there. That might be an issue with it as well, it's like people are going to start stabbing there, but... Might just be how close the mouse is to the right hand side of the screen. Maybe can you do it like that? Actually. Yeah, playtesting is very important as well. It's just tricky for me to have been able to do a lot of at the moment. Some of the most useful playtesting I got was in NGF, back, you know, in the great before times. So I got to see all kinds of just like, you know, low skill players playing it. The problem with my playtesting at the moment is a lot of the playtesters are like speedrunners and that, who are just good at stuff. I wonder if you can kind of... Yeah, probably. Man, I got this really easily yesterday. Hey, that works, I guess. But that wasn't the intended kind of. I don't know. Might have to make that one grabbable. Do the entrance a different way. Certainly very possible, but it's feeling like that's way tighter than I assumed it was yesterday. Which can be a thing, for sure. Like, don't know if any of you have ever played a game called I Want to Be the Boshi. The fan game of one of the many... so you've got it. But it's tight. One of the many fan games of I Want to Be the Guy. Which is famous for having like loads of really hard stuff in it or whatever, but some of the like... there's one bit of like level design in it where this like giant rolling ball like comes towards you, because stuff like that happens a lot in the game. But like, the guy who made it like tested that bit, jumped over it and was like, yeah, cool, feels fine. And then like never came back to it. And it turned out it was a 1 frame timing to jump over. and they just happened to like fluke it out when they tested it the first time. And just like never tried it again. And so it just ended up in the game like that. There's just one, quite early on as well, just absurdly hard, like 1 frame jump. So even after I've been playing and doing a bunch of level design, the first thing I like to do is come back and do it all again, you know? Like, because it's amazing just how much less, like, not playing the game for like, literally like 12 hours refreshes your perspective and changes how things feel, how hard they are. Like, I got this way quicker than yesterday. They're like worrying, like, oh, I've made the game too easy. I have not. I've missed a lot of chat questions here. YouTube's too fast, man. Can't keep up with you guys. How are the duo streams working out, John? Well, it's going okay. There's a lot to get the hang of. Mostly it's just remembering how YouTube stuff works again. And it's like hard to test things because it's like I have to be streaming in order to try stuff out. So it's like really hard. I need to just put a day aside that's just going to be like test stream day where I actually just commit to making all the stream stuff work, even though there'll be like no viewers or whatever. Oh, thanks, Sophie. I'm glad you enjoyed the demo. Demo is kind of old now, but like it's still a good impression of the game, I think. The new lunge mechanic should be faster, yeah, Nathan Randall, than like doing that. Be way faster than like I can't remember exactly what it is they do. They do something that is faster than. Just because it pulls you towards it a bit, it's just slightly faster. You know, like the further you can get it, the better. This should be quicker by like quite a long way. So hopefully that'll just be more fun for them as well. No, sometimes the trail effect is not working perfectly. Like that just doesn't play depending on exactly the circumstances on which you hit it again. And that's both on the vault and the jump. Sometimes you do it like... Usually if I'm on a corner or something. No, it's gonna work every time now. But every now and again the trails just don't play for some reason. Now way up here. Just trying to look for alternatives as well. There's like things you can do like that. Well, that's fine. Make you feel kind of smart, you know, because it's the same movement you end up having to do. Which is this to this. I don't think, no matter how high you get this, that's about peak height. Oh, maybe you can just... Oh, that's weird. I ended up like the other way. Slopes. Slopes are... I think I need to rework just collision with slopes and stuff in general in the game. They work often enough that I don't care too much right now, because I could just work on that forever. I need to get the game done. Do I retain momentum if I pogo off rocks? Yeah. Depending on exactly what you mean. Slows down, but like, yeah. You can like use it by holding that direction to do like pretty long jumps like that. Gives you a big boost. Some of these in here that might just help you do little, like, it's all this dirt here is really for, just to give you a way to sort of speed along there a bit if you want to. I'm discovering the solution to like, you know, people can just super jump everywhere a little bit is to just include a lot more rock. Rock is the good prohibitive surface. Like if you've only got one horizontal plane of rock, you can't do much. I like that movement a lot. I really want to see if I can force that out in some places. Tricky because again, super jump exists, so wherever there's dirt, like that is always like a thing. Especially because it's slightly longer than the spike as well. Which I consider making like long spikes for. But I don't know, that's really, that's a bit contrived as well. And also like you wouldn't be able to do that cool jump movement around a long spike. This is yeah, it's a really cool movement, so I want to find a way I can make people do that, even if it's just in like a trial or something. There might be, I'm considering the sort of thing where like, I don't know, there's an area, a zone in which you can't use the spear throw. But what I prefer to that if I could, would be like just incentive to not use the spear throw. Like, I don't know, like... It's like, something I considered here is that you can kind of spear jump your way... You can super jump your way up this bit, like, if you do this. Like, quite easily, right? And the problem with that is often is, like, actually easier to do than the fun and less powerful kind of, like, bouncing stuff that's also possible, right? So you can also do, like, well, first of all, do that cool movement to get kind of on top of this platform. If I can even do it. See, this is what I mean, it's a lot harder. Ow. My point is not doing well with this. Ah. Suppose maybe it was easier on the other side, right? Because you get like right under here. Yeah, it's a bit easy to do there. But oh no! God damn it! Yeah, I'm playing my best PokeyPoke today. Put it down to stream nerves. Maybe that's too far away to do that now. I don't know. Did I change that? Either way, my point was going to be, like, I've not demonstrated very well through gameplay. Maybe I don't actually remember if that's still possible or not. But, like, the idea being that there was going to be, like, a cool way you could kind of get up here that was a bit more difficult with bouncing and so on. Oh yeah, you could do that, right? And then that's a cool move, right? Just jump there, bounce off there. But like some incentive to do that, maybe like, I don't know, there's like, I put like fragments of a gem that you have to like collect in order or something, and so like you have to go along a very specific path to get the gem. So it's like, oh yeah, you could still do that super jump and get all the way up there, but if you want to get this gem or whatever, you got to do a cool, more difficult movement. I'm gonna put one there as well, just because that's kind of cool. Tricky. It's quite open-ended, this bit, in terms of like what you might want to do. So like I feel like that path of least resistance is going to appeal to a lot of people. You know what? That movement there is so cool. What I might do. Really want that. I was thinking, oh, I could put a gem here, but it's like, well, how do I stop you just getting it by you flip over here? I could close this, get rid of this, and just put a gem there. This isn't all that satisfying and interesting on its own. Yeah, I thought something like that as well, Nathan Randall, where it's like you pick something up and like you only carry it with you for as long as you don't throw. It's a bit contrived. I haven't found a way to contextually manifest that yet, but I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about. do. You can like hook around there, or you can like bounce off the rock here. And both of those would be cool and satisfying. IMO. Oh, I was gonna do that, but that's actually like we've done that kind of thing before, so because it's a bit more interesting, I think. Space is kind of irrelevant, so we're gonna kind of clean that up as well. Make it dirt so you can nicely just sort of grab wherever you need to be there. And the path up is very clearly this way then. I'm glad, Top Hat. You the best of luck on your continued game development journey. The problem with me at the moment is actually checking both chats. I'm like, oh, reading YouTube, and like, oh no, I need to check Twitch. I really need to get them both in the same place. We'll get there though. Was the source code for this lighting system ever put out on Patreon? A version of it, yeah. Like, not like, because like the version that's all tied up in PokeyPoke is tied up in PokeyPoke. So like, but like the basics of like, you know, the version I show in the video where I got it working in a separate project, that's available on Patreon. I think you have to be a top. It might only be for the $20 people. I don't remember, but someone gets access to it. You can check just by following the link from the video, I think. But there is a download associated with it, for sure. The work I need to do to optimize it in my game, like on some machines it actually runs really slowly and it's really strange. I don't know if it's just a graphics card thing or what, like on laptops and stuff that you would still kind of expect to be able to run the game fairly well. It just grinds to a halt, like it goes to like, you drop like 40 plus FPS like just the moment the shadows start, and I'm not 100% sure why. Because we just don't see that level of performance, like relative performance cost or like the frame budget and stuff like that on like any other machines. So I don't really know what the cause is, but we'll need to sort that out eventually. Gem? Got quite a lot of gems and trials in this section. I mean, it's going to be one of the most like linear. So I'm sort of dousing you with things early on, and then I think as we get later in, it's going to be more like one long trial with a bit less stuff that you just kind of have to mooch. You got to like get through. How do I usually come up with good game ideas? I don't know. I suppose good is the qualifying word there, right? I don't know, like most people don't really struggle for game ideas. The problem is usually that those ideas don't survive contact with reality, like the very first contact with it. And as you get better and better, like, you know, as you learn more and more about game design and so on, and your own values and tastes and things like that, you start to realize earlier which ideas aren't going to survive contact, so they die out. The idea goes away quicker, so then it can actually feel like it's harder to come up with ideas. But I don't know, like I just kind of make the stuff that I sort of want to play, or like you know, things that I think, concepts that I think are maybe missing that I want to try. I don't know, I don't really have an answer to like how you get good ideas. And that feels a lot easier going around that way than it does coming around this way. I wonder why that is. Well, I still did it. Maybe I was just warming up. It was meant to be a slightly... It's meant to be an escalation in difficulty for sure, this area, but like... It's really hard to tell if I'm being too extreme or not extreme enough and so on. playtesting is going to be very interesting. We'll say that much. But that's the thing. Until like, I don't want to just be stopping and starting constantly and trying to get an idea of difficulty. So I want to build the whole game next. That's kind of what's on the agenda, right? We're up to, like, this is the grand task list, and we're kind of here. Hub region development, which is like first major level design pass: spikes, rock, empty trial statues, hidden gems, any hub world mechanics puzzles aside. I did this bit, I don't know, might still wait for later. Not including final art, full trials, rain narrative moments, cutscenes, etc. So like, I need to make the mountainside, then the core, and then probably also the tower. But I might kind of reevaluate after I've done these two, because that's actually the main path of the game. Turns music down a touch. So the world layout kind of looks like this. As you can see, you kind of start here. It's the beach cavern. You make your way through to the valley, and then from the valley, you'll probably end up. Well, the valley and the ravine are actually kind of the same area now. They used to be 4 of us 2, but they're kind of just one area. So you probably, in all likelihood, end up in the deep caverns for a bit, so that will need to get developed, but I kind of retain the option to skip that, because I could just put... There's basically a jump you have to make in the ravine bit of the valley, and if you fail it, you'll fall into the deep caverns, and then you can do that area or whatever, but it's like pseudo-optional. And if I need to cut it out or whatever, I can, because I could just make... Oh, that... If you fail that jump, you just die and respawn you or whatever, right? So I started working on the deep caverns and then realized I should actually do this first, because this is actually the main path. And so in theory, like, the minimum path, you can't see the green against there, but yeah, is this. That's the minimum, like, threshold path through the game. Through it is this. That's your any percent, if you will. And then, you know, development allowing, what we want is to have this area that can connect to these two. At the moment, it might not connect back to the valley. I think it's just going to connect to the beach. And then also this one, which is kind of like the hardest area, and then maybe... well, I say maybe, hopefully, it's in the plan. Once you've sort of kind of 100%, you can get like a final area with just mega hard stuff that's like accessed from getting to the top of the tower. What did I work on in Deltarune Chapter 2? So just kind of a few like mini-gamey type things that basically just helped remove some of the grunt work for Toby in a way. The teacups, like anything to do with teacups and stuff, you know, teacup rides you get in with like with Chris, the other two. This is the thing, like, I love Deltarune, and I was really hyped to work on Chapter 2, and I've still, even after working on it, I've still not actually played Chapter 2. And it's been so long since I even played the first one now that I don't even remember what, like, people are called. Susie and the other one. I can see them in my head. What's their name? Person with the green hat. And that. Rat or something? What's their name? I literally worked on this game. I saw their names in variables like a million times. But yeah, I worked on the teacup ride. And all the variations of that. So like the bits with the bullets falling and all that kind of stuff. I did the like beat bullet kind of section, you know, where there's like Beat Mania style bullets and they fall like there's like a slope you go down and they come like in a little pattern and you avoid that. Ral's, that's the one. I knew it was Ral something, but I was like, no, that's a Pokemon. Ralts. Yeah, you're right. So So yeah, I did the Beatmania slide and all the Beatmania bullets, which are annoyingly buggy on some platforms, and I don't know if I ever got, like, I tried and couldn't fix it. I don't know if Toby, it never let me know if they managed to fix some of the bugs that happened with that, which I was sad about. The reason they were buggy is because I had to make them synchronize to the music, which was difficult. I don't know if I took the best approach to it, but I took an approach that worked. And I just hope that literally anyone has noticed that those bullets sync to the music, like they actually stay in sync with the music. I hope anyone notices that and thinks, oh, that's cool, because like it was a lot of work to do. So I did that. There's like a light puzzle with the bird guy who's like, I'll solve this puzzle or whatever, and then can't, and actually like Susie's way better at it or whatever. And it's like you move like a little joystick on the wall around and position some like light shapes over a thing. I did that. That was quite cool actually. That was a fun one to do because I did like a little surface buffer trick where it's just like I can compare, like make the shape for what it actually is and then compare like the final surface to that and see if it matches, which makes it work if you just overlay whatever as long as it fits the thing. So you can do the dumb joke one where you put like a big chicken that doesn't fit any of the shapes over it. That was cool. That was mostly it. There was another thing I was working on that didn't get in time, so I can't really talk about that in case it makes its way into a future episode. But yeah, like, and I say, like, I did all the teacup stuff. So like there's that really hard hidden one. I did like the dumb joke ones where like the tea like falls on the characters and stuff like that. I didn't design any of that stuff, you know. It was all just kind of working from Toby's briefs, but I did code it all. I suppose a tiny amount of my art got into the game because those light puzzles, I'm pretty sure the joystick on the wall is actually still the same joystick that I just quickly drew as like placeholder art. And I'm pretty sure that actually is just in the final game. I gave them little frames so they would like move left and right and stuff. You usually don't see it because you're usually stood over the joystick. So like your character is like obscuring it, so you don't usually see, but it does actually move like left and right when you're like moving the light things around. What resolution am I using for this game? 640 by 360, I think. I want to say it's that. Should know my own resolution. Shouldn't I really? This is the momentum problem. You don't work on your game consistently, you forget like basic things. Yeah, 640, 360. Look, since discovering I have ADHD, it's a nice thing, a nice fun trick that I can just blame it for everything. Like, look, it's fine. Like, I have ADHD, it's fine. I'm gonna not remember things. It's fine. It's fine. Pro tip, don't actually use things like that as an excuse. But I enjoy doing it anyway. Once again, I'm concerned about the main character's constant smiling or poking. Yeah, so that kind of actually was sort of inspired by I Want to Be the Guy. The way the character's face looks in that. And also a little bit VVVVV. You know, those games are kind of similar. There's just a thing with like hard platform games and this facial expression. And so I'm just kind of honoring that in my own weird way. Yes, I'm on medication for ADHD, which is helping dramatically. This is the actual bit we want to actually work on now. Anyway, we made that little change and then we got distracted. And we've not actually. Oh, it's not updated. Hang on. Save. Probably because I didn't do a Control S. If I just stand here for long enough, this should just update itself. Go. Oh, I'm stood exactly where the gem was. Well, that's okay. So the idea here would be quite a long range one. Yeah. Compared to places where you do similar-ish moves earlier on, the wall's a bit closer and it's a lot easier to do. This one you actually have to go quite a bit of distance. So that's where it's like, have we done this move too much now in the game? Because it's in a few places, but I like this one. It's like, the spikes are there, but it might be a little anti-intuitive that you can even do it, because I know like a few people didn't... It's hard to grasp like how the spear interacts with certain things. They'll see something like this happen, it'll be like, oh, you can bounce off of spikes. When actually, no, your spear goes through spikes, and you can bounce off the rock. But we teach the rock bouncing very early, so really the only conundrum to get through is like how the spear interacts with spikes, which is that it doesn't, right? And that's kind of anti-intuitive. So we might need like an early pogo section or something with spikes to kind of like drive that home. Honestly, just a tower with just like spikes on either side or whatever that you have to go would be kind of cool to do at some point. We could even do it shortly after this, because then you can be like, oh, so that's how that works. And then you could come back armed with that knowledge, because you might be like, I don't know how to do this. But like, I'm trying to think, is that dangerous? Because otherwise, I suppose people might try this, right? Which is actually fine. That's the same shape, so that should be just as possible. In fact, that might even be an easier solution if you can just jump around and stab that roof. Or once again, you can just do that. Right, god damn it. It's so hard to like deal with the existence of this. But at the same time, it's not like, for one time I was like, should I even keep that ability or keep it being as strong as it is? But it's like the most popular thing about the game. Like, it's a thing like, it might not be the thing I like the most about the game, but it's the thing like so many people like love when they first see the game. It's like a lot of people just have a really positive response to the super jump mechanic. So I think it's got to stay. We've just got to find ways to live with it and still do the game we want to do. Make it work. I think that's like the core challenge in designing this game. And I've referred to it in the past as kind of like, you know, like Mark Brown talked about dual purpose design, and an issue I've kind of run into a little bit is what I've been calling same purpose design, where like, but like you can ascend like this, and you can also ascend like this, but one is clearly better. So then it's like, and honestly that's fine in just sort of straight ascension, because this actually isn't that fun. Like just doing this, it's okay, but usually like climbing with the spear is more fun when you're going like side to side or you're bouncing off of things. Actually just doing this doesn't actually feel that good for very long. Like here, like, you know, ain't nobody doing that when they can do this. You know? Not just because it's faster and better and easier or whatnot, it looks cooler. You know? It's just more satisfying to do. So then it's like, well, how is this still a fun thing then? And it is still fun because it allows you to do fun, dynamic, difficult climbing around corners and stuff like that. I think here is like where it might start to shine, because like, you know, going horizontally and so on is tricky. So then I'm a little bit worried about the fact I put this in the game. Because it's like, oh, now you have a way to do the super vault horizontally as well. Is that just going to make this? And in some ways, yes, but I found this a lot trickier to use because, you know, you're fighting against gravity. You know, just like you've got to cast it really quick from like when you start falling in order to get it. Like actually chaining a bunch of like upside down ones together, super hard. So like that being better is actually cool, because then it's like, you know, it's a skill ceiling thing then. Like, you can go faster if you're good enough, but it's actually harder to do it that way. And, you know, it's still satisfying and good and whatnot as well. The problem with the upwards one is it just erases certain challenges that are interesting. So I'm trying to like find ways to like limit. It usually involves spikes and rocks in the right places, but just anywhere there is dirt, you can do a super jump, you know? And because it's long, it's kind of hard to even like block off with little corners. You have to do like double roofs and stuff to block it. Yeah, it's tricky. Why did I choose 640 by 360? Honestly, one, it's just like it looks nice as a 16 by 9 resolution, but also like keep multiplying. Take the number 360, add 360 to it. Keep doing that and take notice of all the numbers that come up. And you'll revealed will be one of the best reasons to use that resolution. Hang on. Just to be clear. 360 was... what's it then on top of that? Can't do simple maths right now. My brain's in too many different places. We just going for 1800 is not a big deal. But then like it goes all the way up to like 2520. So on, right? But this is like the big reason, right? It just like multiplies into all the 16 by 9 resolutions very, very cleanly. You can also do the same thing if you go half that again, you get even more options. So you do like, what, 320, 320, 180? Whatever is also a good one, especially if you're going lower detail than this. Might have even been a good idea for this game, but we picked our resolution now. Picked it a long time ago, we're very stuck with it. Yeah, so... I think I'm accepting that getting up here is a matter of doing that kind of thing. Can I deal with this? Do we just I don't really like that. The way of doing... wanting to do this. It does rely on slightly esoteric knowledge of being like, well, because it's not intuitive that you can actually use that to get around a spike. In fact, we rely on that knowledge as part of like certain hidden gems and stuff. So it's not like, I don't know. I don't know how many players are going to end up doing it that way. But it's a bit too easy, you know, when you actually do know it. Suppose one way actually is a very easy way to guarantee that. Because I'm pretty sure the amount of height you get from this is just way too much to like... You know, talking about being easy now, I can't even... Just spikes on the ceiling here, right? I don't think there's any way to cuff that momentum. If there is, it's extremely difficult, which is then again, you know, what we would want. Because it's not like I don't want there to be quicker ways of getting things that like speedrunners might be able to use and stuff. Because that stuff's cool. I think they don't even have to be tall spikes, really. I think even just doing that would work, right? So like you're not very likely to hit them. Seems safest to me. Give that a try. Well, yeah. Notice actually here you can't see it very well. We might need to bring the camera up at this point. You might still be able to do... Like, I don't mind if you hook around the corner manually. That's actually kind of cool. But yeah, I don't think you can really do that anymore. It's very difficult and seems to... And I think these imply that, right? So the moment you hit those, it kind of becomes clear why they're there, right? That's still very easy. You get out. Getting out is a pain, though. Suppose like that. Right, it's actually not too bad. Level design is hard. This is the thing, is how much... I mean, this is the minimum amount of thought you need to be putting in. Maybe it is a long jump. Almost. But I don't think quite. Like maybe from here, but like you're gonna hit those. You're into that issue. Again, if you can, it's difficult. Even down here. Yeah, that works. That's kind of hard though as well. That's actually quite cool. I have less of an issue with that one than I do with like doing it like there. That's actually pretty cool. Like, if that's your strat, then more power to you, I think. Like, there's like a big curve you gotta do there, right? But that's very cool. I'd say it's about as hard as the intended method. Which is just simply, like, bouncing off the wall, right? Just you go here and be like, ugh! You know, that's not... I think, you know, assuming you know the crack with spikes and rocks and so on, then, like... I feel like that's fairly straightforward, right, for anyone who's here to be like, oh, how do I get to there? Oh, maybe like this? You know? Around the corner and do that. Yeah, I'm okay with that one. Like, it's almost possible to grab the roof there from that. I would worry about people maybe trying this one a bit too much. Because it does seem to get you so close. So I might drop this down one. It's like, what was that there for again? It was kind of for this. So you could kind of like do that. Which I don't have an issue with. Might actually just feel better as well. This rock here for Oh, I think I was thinking about... Oh yeah, that's cool. I think that's what I was trying to do in the first place, but I just like couldn't seem to do for some reason. A cool movement. what I might do... Drop this down one. Again, it's not to make that not possible. It's to make it clear that it's... I mean, it probably isn't possible, and I want to make it... I don't want people to waste time trying it more than anything. If it is possible, it's not really how I want them to do it, and if it isn't possible, I don't want them to waste time trying, you know? That's why we kind of rule that out by doing that kind of thing. That's actually already updated, that one. So that's the thing, it usually updates before I want it to. But yeah, that's not going to get you there. It can get you up to there, which is a nice way of just sort of skipping around all this. Yeah, this platform becomes irrelevant really once you if you do all that. Because in theory you sort of need it for this. I mean, you might be able to do something like yeah, you can do that, but it's harder. It's still useful for people, I think, as a way of here, just to be able to do that. Oh, man. Oh god. No, it just sort of went through the corner of that then. Yeah. Oh, that shouldn't do that. Right, that does seem to go very clearly through the tile. There's some weird collision stuff going on at the moment. That's okay. How do I make changes without closing the game? A little thing called our Lord and Savior GM Live. Well, core doesn't look like much of that. I'll show you what the core looks like at the moment. It's got Gordon Freeman in it. Ideas, but there's like literally no spikes or anything there yet. There's a bunch of ideas, but there's nothing's really realized yet. I'll say we're only really starting to cook up the mountainside. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with this. We've kind of done a second pass over a lot of this rather than actually finishing first pass, so we should probably move on with that. Okay. You? GM Live. How do you access it? You buy it. So... recommend going to itch.io just probably because it... I don't know, they might have set the prices accordingly, but I think it'll probably make him more money. You know, Afterlife does loads of cool stuff. It's called GM Live, live coding for GMS 1 and 2. You buy it for $30. It's kind of a lot, but I posted an issue I had here, but then I managed to solve it myself. You get the version for whichever version of GameMaker you're using. If it's 2022 onwards, you want this one that's 2.3 plus. The main advantage is it lets you write code and then just immediately see the effects in the game. Like you just save it and it just updates it, but you can, with a bit of trickery, get it to do room reloading as well, which is what I'm doing now. That was harder to set up, and it has some caveats when it comes to tile layers and stuff that I had to do some work around for. I basically had to make a new version of tile map get ID because the way it does it is it uses like a blank room and dynamically recreates the room, and if you dynamically create a layer and dynamically put a tile map on a layer, you can't then use the tile map get ID function to get the tile map on that layer. That only works with ones you set up in the room editor. So I had to make a new one that just found all the elements of the layer, found the first tile map it got and returned that kind of thing, and then just replace all my uses of that function. So a bit more of a pain to do if you rely on functions and layers and stuff like that. But pretty useful. Here it's actually probably not showcasing it the most effective way because it takes a really long time, as you'll have noticed sometimes, for the updates to actually happen. Just because my room is big, yeah, you know. So it takes a while to like confirm that there's been a change and update the file and stuff like that. I don't know about a wizard. It's not as hard. Like the code reloading stuff is invaluable and quite easy to set up. And it'll probably get easier over time now that they've added so many cool things into GameMaker that you, for plugin developers, all these like the time source stuff. I know I did a video on that and just like, oh, it's better alarms, but what it really helps is being able to create like plug and play stuff for people who make extensions and stuff, because now like you can make something, because like scripts all run at the start of your game, right? This is how a lot of Juju's like input thing works. Like it establishes a bunch of stuff. Like I'll probably find where's the Juju folder. Input, like a lot of this stuff. Where's a good one? Like macros. I mean, macros is obvious, but there's like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that like if you put something in just a global script, it happens at the start of your game. So you can actually do a lot of setup and stuff for extensions without ever having to have the user be like, okay, make an object or whatever, that, you know, put this object somewhere in your game or whatever, or do that kind of like setup stuff. And like, or do the changes in that object. You can kind of keep it all like away from the user where you need to, and only expose them to the stuff they really need to be able to like configure things. And then time sources add to that, because now you can use these global scripts to start a time source and create like a looping thing, like a step event in an object would be, for example, that removes like the need for that kind of element. So you can do stuff that will do update loops and things for you without having to put an object in the game. I think that's what Juju's probably. I think that's what he was trying to do with Input 5. I've not looked at it yet. I'm going to be soon because I'm going to be doing a video on it. But I remember him telling me that, like, you know, because of this time source stuff, we might be able to make it so you don't even have to put the input object in the game anymore, which would be awesome. I still have an input object. What is it? And it, oh well, it just defines definitions and stuff. But this might all just be able to go into a script now. Oh yeah, it defines definitions and it does this. It does the tick. So I needed to have it do the tick, need to do the hot swaps tick and stuff like that. And I have to actually do this stuff myself. Whereas now, you know, he might be able to set it up that like all this stuff happens, and all you have to do is write the definitions somewhere, and you don't even need to put an object like in your game and make it persistent and all that sort of thing. So that's really cool. Have I missed any Twitch comments? Because it's hard to keep them all up at once. Oh, eventually we will unite the chats once again, but we have not managed that yet. Wow. Maybe we need more moderators over. This guy is just like, okay, mate. Wow, that's a really salty guy in the Twitch chat. I didn't even notice. Man, YouTube really is kicking Twitch's ass at the moment. Have I had issue where updating GameMaker, I run my project and every room is just a black screen? I have not. Thankfully had that issue. Sorry if that's a thing for you. I don't know anything about that. Yes, they are, Eric, although they're only for Twitch at the moment. Eventually I'll get it to work with both. But YouTube's API is a bit different and a bit of a pain sometimes. So it's taking a little while to get that stuff working. What that story was, you know, it was just, I don't know, for those on YouTube, you don't know, but there was just a guy came on Twitch and was just like, screw GameMaker, subscription services give you cancer. I don't remember what he was saying, but it was kind of wild. I'm just like, what's the story there? Maybe he was I get the feeling like if you're doing that and you've come to my stream, you probably were a Game Maker user and you're probably just like really annoyed with it, or maybe over the subscription thing or something. Maybe they just want to come show off how they've moved to, I don't know, whatever they use now, and they're just like salty. Weird. That's always the thing when someone comes in the chat and is like misbehaves or whatever. The first thing I'm thinking is just like, what's the story? Like, what led you to this play? Thank you for the good tutorials. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm glad you found them useful. Game Maker updates have picked up a lot, that's true. Noticing one issue I have with YouTube is because it's actually a more active place when I'm streaming here. You'll chat a lot more, ask a lot more questions, which is cool and engaging, and I like doing that. But it means I also like it's a bigger struggle to get work done. So let's get back to the mountainside and get on with getting on. So like, yeah, we've got a lot of mountain to go. I mean, we could always reduce this in size, but I'm quite happy with the height of it thus far. We've got like plans for just sort of a couple of rest, like kind of points of rest, but it's mostly just going to be this like, I want it to be this long, like linear, kind of grueling journey to get to the top. And it's tricky because I'm like, I don't want to make it too hard, because one of the things about the game is I want the main path to through the game to actually be kind of low resistance, because that's sort of the point, is that you can kind of get to the end and leave if you want to, if this kind of thing is not really for you in that sense. Obviously there's a balance to that, because you know, you wouldn't get to the end if you weren't enjoying the game. You wouldn't enjoy the game. So this is probably going to be like this and maybe some bits of the core, but probably less actually so in the core's like main path. It's going to be the peak difficulty for like the average player. And while the others were a little bit more open-ended, like the valley and so on, just has a few, like, you know, you could like make it up to the tower, though that's kind of got a bit of resistance to it. You'll probably end up in the ravine if we do in the deep cavern. But there's a bit of wandering around you can do. It feels a bit more like a hub. So does the beach to a degree as well, because there's like a whole backtracking area and so on. This is more or less just a straight path. There's going to be like, there's going to be some paths. There's a path out of the core that will then open up as a back and forth. But like your first exposure to it is just like, in a way, it's kind of like the mid-boss of the game, or maybe even like the final boss for a lot of players. Like getting to the peak is going to be this kind of a significant moment, right? And then in a way, like the core is going to have some difficult stuff for sure, but like the linear path through it is mostly going to be like the excitement of getting towards the end. This is going to be, I think, the main challenge of the linear path. I really just noticed his name was Fat Wee Wee 420 as well. What a name. What a name. 420. God, there's so much in there all at once. It's crazy. Alright. So yeah, what? Some of these areas haven't transformed a bit from my original intent, but my original intent for this bit, it's like you get a little bit of a break here, right? You just kind of hit a new kind of height. We're going to do these little flag things that we're going to plonk around the place, that when you get to certain like heights and stuff that kind of mark your progress as you're going up the mountain. And then this bit we want to be kind of an interesting challenge, where you do some horizontal kind of climbing around. So in order to do that, I kind of want you to not really be able to like super jump skip, at least not easily, make much of this. gonna have to employ quite a bit of good rock around. Bit too. We can do a little bit of dirt, like to help with like vaulting horizontally. Stupid auto tiles. I think the weirdness of this, sometimes you have to like click it twice to do the thing you want. Manually clean this up a little bit. The music is, I think, it should be in the description on YouTube. I think I put that in just because the chat bar isn't working. Guy called Ben Barnes did just put together a Spotify playlist of just a bunch of music they've made, and they've said like streamers can just use it. So I'm using it because it's good. So you can go check that out. It should be in the description. Is limited to around here. Auto tile. There's just a, it's just a thing built into Game Maker that you can use to. Unless you're talking about something, I'm not using any external program for auto tiling. Unless I think splatters, but I'm pretty sure it's just hand drawing all the art. Have fun, old bomb. Oh yeah, just the auto tiling game. It's built into Game Maker. There's a library. You can set it up, and they just work. Get your tile sprite and you bring it in. It helps if you bring it in a certain order, just because of assigning them. But then you like go to auto tiling. You just assign them to the right shapes, and it just sort of works from there. Two specific types of auto tiling that support 16 tiles and 47 tile supporting works. Music in PokeyPoke, using a person called Rollickfoss, who is the creator and composer of Waveland, and is the composer for this game as well. I do have hair now. I mean, I've always had hair. I just now it has seized total control once again. And we've reached a peace accord where I'm allowing it to be this massive for once, instead of just being mad about it and really wanting to get it cut all the time. Like, what the coolest movement across this kind of thing will actually be? Starting to think my approach sometimes of just place some spikes and then see how it feels isn't necessarily always the best. It's actually sometimes better if we go and see what a good movement is and then use the spikes to kind of incentivize that particular movement. Don't hit. Yeah, cool. That freeze was the game updating changes I just made. I want to see what path I am actually. Take notice of what path I'm naturally taking as I go up here, because I'm really not thinking about it much at all. Yeah. Yeah, that was actually my go-to, was to do that, interestingly. I know some people just get really addicted to doing the spear throw, so I feel like the thing is that one of the other issues is when people start doing that for everything, they try and find ways to do it for everything, and then they like forget that they can also do all the other stuff. Game Maker doesn't do that by default, but there's this thing called GM Live, which updates the stuff in real time, so like these spikes I've just placed are now already here. Which is very, very useful for me doing level design. So I don't have to keep like reloading the whole game, which didn't used to be a problem, and is increasingly a problem. You can even do that. Yeah, obviously you can super vault. But I'm trying to think if there's a way to do this. Get ideas for how to kind of create the vision I had for this sort of bit. Kind of a little bit like Long Dark Tunnel in my head, with a bit more verticality and stuff involved. That didn't really involve jumping as such, so like maybe something. This is kind of cool. First of all, though, what the arc of that? Okay. That's okay, because I think this is going to be kind of a forbidden zone in a way anyway. Even give you a bit of space, depending how claustrophobic I want it to feel. I've decided on. It would still probably be possible, right? Because you can bounce off the spikes. Harder if I made that dirt, though. Yeah. Well, the whole thing should actually just be dirt. Be careful with dirt, but for a lot of reasons. Can do an arc that would allow you to grab the ceiling up in, but it's quite tricky. Oh. skill trees? No, I do not. Not sure what that would actually involve, GML-wise. One of those, another one that's just like, could mean a lot of different things. Kind of depends on exactly what you want. Hard to do a generic. Yeah, that's like the ideal arc for getting across that kind of thing. I don't know how you bring it down one, what the feeling is there. It's like you gotta like... Oh, we're gonna work on how you get up here as well. This isn't just gonna be dirt wall, because obviously that leaves a lot of issues. But in theory, if you're hanging there... What's that one? Got that updated first of all. Is there a way to have multiple auto tile sets to blend together when they meet? Not like there's no like built-in transition thing to the auto tile system. There's probably ways you could get that to work, but not like out of the box. I want just like a little falling stab moment. I think would be cool. Oh, not like that. But maybe even like technically still possible. Like it will look like you can't really reach it though. It makes this look like where you're supposed to go, which is not really the intent. Maybe... Because I have like the saw blades, which in theory give me a lot more tools, but they just feel weird in this area. I want the spikes and stuff in the mountainside and the deep cavern to some extent to feel a bit more natural. And I don't know if there's a natural floating hazard I can create. If there is, it might give me more tools. But I haven't really worked out the context to that. Okay, I should probably be lower. Actually, yeah. We tried thorns actually, but I never quite liked the look we got for them. It's like, and yeah, it feels always like floating is the problem, and you can't just like you've then got to find some way to background tie it to the thing, which is a lot of work. We literally have like a vine like tile set. These things. Something about them. I mean, like, maybe if they were entirely metal looking or grey or something, maybe they'd fit more, but just the aesthetic fell off. And yeah, it still felt like you had to like tie them back and to tie them back again and have to like attach them until that walls. It just makes a long spike rather than a floating hazard. Bloated floating dude. I mean, yeah, that's the problem. Is no matter what I come up with, it all kind of feels like a bloated floating dude. Just the other thing, we've got the spike gem rocks, but they kind of serve a different purpose. Why updated yet, but at least lets me try that. That's a hard move if it is doable. Yeah, it is. Easy. Easy. It's pretty obviously doable, actually, but like, it's a good move. I like that one. It's a bit different. Another thing, I kept putting in new mechanics thinking I was going to run out of stuff, and yet I've just not really explored really half of what's possible with just you know, spikes and dirt. Oh, so important we get a lot of this level design in for it and uses all that stuff, because we might not even need some of these things by the end. Hey, thank you, Silly Passman, for 5 years, much appreciated. I feel like since I've come back to YouTube, I'm already earning more from these streams, from everyone's generous support than I have been as a Twitch affiliate or whatever. Did have some good days as Twitch affiliate with like little gifting subs and all that cool stuff, but certainly no reason to be exclusive to Twitch. Oh, that's interesting. Just the right angle on the side, you can still, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fine. Cheers. Hey Sean, I know you've talked about it before, but can you explain real FPS and normal FPS and where you should be aiming for? So it's the tricky thing with it either way is that obviously your FPS is just like your machine. But generally, the problem we're looking at like real FPS, or one of the many problems with it, is it doesn't give you a relative understanding of the performance cost. So like, real FPS is still more useful than like just your normal FPS that's capped at 60 or whatever your target is, right? But what you want to look at for performance is what the profiler is saying about like the MS timing of performance heavy things in your game relative to others, because that shows you where the most time, like where the biggest impacts are being felt, and where you can save time, and how much time is coming off of your frame budget, as it were, for the machine that you're running the game on. So, and if you're targeting 60 FPS, then your frame budget for your machine is 16 ms, right? You got to get everything done in 16 milliseconds. All your logic, all the frame's got to be ready to go in 16 milliseconds. And it's even more complex than that, because when things go too fast as well, you've got sleep margins and stuff to worry about, and it gets complicated. But generally speaking, then, when you bear that in mind, if you see that something, you know, you've written something you're worried about the performance of it and it's taking like 2 ms, you can be like, well, that's okay. If I'm targeting a machine of this kind of capability and this machine runs it at 2 ms, like runs this thing at 2 ms, I've got 14 more or whatever, you know, for the whole rest. Bear in mind that's for the whole rest of your game, but if this one thing is taking up 2 ms and it's on a machine of like the specs that you're kind of aiming for, then, you know, you take all that into account and it's all relative, right? Problem I have is obviously my machine's very beefy, so like it's harder for me to like, I need to get a weaker machine that I can really do better profiling and testing on. I'm trying to use my laptop a bit more so I can try and suss out what's going wrong with the shadows, and even that's weird actually, that the shadows issue I'm having, because it doesn't even look like it's taking much time in the profiler. It's just the FPS just drops and there's not really an explanation for it. The frame looks like it's taking the same amount of time. I think it might be a sleep margin issue or something, I'm not sure, but that gets kind of complicated. But generally speaking, yeah, you want to see whatever your highest thing is, that's where you can make the most saving, probably. But you can consider it as relative to your goals, right? And the MS timing is all relative to one another as well, so like you get an absolute idea of, okay, this takes 2 ms, this takes 1 ms, this takes 0.01 ms, whatever, right? The problem with real FPS is like, early on when your game is running at like 10,000 FPS real, because like there's not much in it, you add like one little thing and it drops to like 6,000, and it's like, oh my god, this thing is way too expensive, we need to like fix this, we just lost 4,000 FPS. But that's not really how it works, because it gets like it didn't actually take that much longer in the frame budget, it's just in terms of your target FPS, because you're not targeting 10,000 FPS, you're targeting like 60. And so when you lose that 4,000 FPS for that little thing, and then you keep making your game or whatever, you get to the point where your FPS is like 300 or something. Well, I don't know, it's probably quite low, but like you get your FPS like, I don't know, it's dropped down to like 1,000, say. Your FPS real is like 1,000, and then you add a very, very performance heavy feature, but you run the game and your real FPS drops to 900 from 1,000, and you're like, oh, it's no big deal. I only lost like 100 FPS. When you've just lost like, you know, when actually like that's actually quite a significant amount of your frame budget you've just spent on that thing, but it's less clear. The smaller your FPS real gets, it's less clear the difference as you add a thing, because like the difference between like 400 FPS real and 360 FPS real might be exactly the same as something like, and these numbers are off the top of my head and are not right, but like the difference between 10,000 and 7,000, you know? Whereas the latter seems like a bigger deal, whereas those could actually represent the same thing performance-wise. That's what a lot of people like don't get about it. So what you should be aiming for is to run your game on a minimum spec, or whatever your target minimum spec is. You know, whatever machine you want the game to be able to run on. At whatever frame rate you want it to be able to run on at that, on that machine. And you want to use the profiler to work out how much particular features and elements of your game are taking from that frame budget. So if, say, my machine currently was the target spec, I would I'd be looking at the profile when running the game on this machine, and I'd be looking to make sure everything is taking up less than 16 ms to get total. Because that's That's how long you've got to do one frame if you want 60 FPS. Hey, Pixel Pat. 2 questions. Okay, are we allowed to use what you teach us in your tutorials for commercial use? Are you okay with being mentioned as special thanks in game credits? Yes and yes. I have a video that covers that as well, but like, yes. You can use any of the code and stuff in any of the videos I've done. That's absolutely fine. That's the whole point of it existing. It'd be a bit pointless otherwise. Art assets, I'd rather you didn't, mostly for your own benefit. Like anything I have, like the RPG series and stuff, like you technically can use them because I've never really... I can't be bothered to work out how to legally specify that you can't, and also I don't really care that much. And so you technically legally can, but I would recommend you didn't. But code, absolutely. Go ahead, that's the whole point. The main reason I recommend you didn't is like, you know, you use a combination of art from different things, you're going to run into problems with your art style, and also like using art from recognizable popular tutorials is probably not going to be the best look for anyone who notices that. Trail effect on the spear. It's a primitive drawing. I think using like primitives and stuff to sort of draw like a triangle out from where it was to like a bunch of points that are just sort of left behind it. I'm getting very distracted now. We decided I liked that movement. What I was going for then was like this sort of thing, I think. It'd be kind of cool if you couldn't grab this. I think one thing I've kind of wanted to have is the ability to have dictate the grabbability of sides of a tile rather than like every time I place a dirt tile, all exposed sides of it are grabbable, right? Kind of wish I could have like grabbable here but rock here, but I don't even know what a tile like that would even look like, let alone how I'd do it. So like rock half tile or something. Do we want to rule out this corner as well? Is that a bit distracting as a thing? Come here. Probably. Just do that, right? Bad move. That'd be fine. You do either. Whatever you fancy there, really. Kind of point of rest. Kind of, I suppose, want the camera to move along at this point, or we can just like do this, right? Let you kind of run along. It's a bit longer as well. How much space? We've got loads of space. Yeah, we can drag this out a bit. I don't want to frame that. Serve a lot of purpose, but they kind of just help frame this. Pop that there, so that's less distracting. Similarly, from the side, climb up here, but I simply kind of want to, yeah. Breaking some of my own rules here in a sense of using a spike for an aesthetic purpose, but it's not really aesthetic, it's actually kind of gameplay, but not indirect gameplay. Like, you know, like, I'm not expecting the player to hit these spikes, but what I'm doing is kind of ruling out this area of, like, the ceiling as a thing to think about. And the same here. This whole ground is very interactive in this game. Sometimes I want to like have extra to think about because it helps. It gives you kind of the sense of like breathing room. It can feel very oppressive when there's just spikes everywhere, which I'm worrying about a little bit of the mountain. I'm trying to be sparing and really only kind of put them in places where they like do things so that the mountain can just feel a little bit more natural, and just like feel less like suffocating, I guess, as you climb it. It is meant to be kind of grueling, so some element of that is cool. So like, yeah, just like this kind of density feels good. There's just like little spikes here or there that are just like, they're just kind of in your way, you know? But like when it gets like, when it starts getting like big rows of them, I try and minimize that where I can. So actually, with that in mind, I might actually... No, I like this being small because it helps. You know, it's like, ooh, there's a rock thing here. If there's a rock too much, there's like a pattern. Like if it's like this, it becomes less. I don't know, actually. That actually looked alright. Yeah, I like the 2 quite. What about 3 though? Spear slips out of the wall. No, I don't really have a need for that. Do you mean maybe as similar to like Celeste's like climbing stamina mechanic? In which case, yeah, it's like I said, no, not really. I should probably work out how you're actually going to get up here. I just got excited about this bit because I've been wanting to do this bit for a while. Also, I should grab a snack or something at least for lunch. Time is getting on. It's like 3 o'clock. Use some saw blades here, depending how I want you to get up here. Do like a little cave. Kind of super jump up. But... No, I can't. I really want to have that space underneath you. Is the thing. That's the thing I've been struggling to get because every time I do it, it like feels. You've either got a long fall, which is annoying, or you can like super jump to screw it up. I'm not sure how I want it. Maybe something like this, and then like... that gets you. Should probably be aware by now of the exact height the super jump goes, but it can be tricky. Grab, we still have to place these at exact grid coordinates, don't I? We'll fix these eventually. Difficult to then. You can vault from the bottom though. Let's back in a bit maybe. Yeah, that's fine. See how that maybe feels a bit. I think I've created another couple of alternate strats there, but you have to add the live call in every event that you want to apply it to, unfortunately. You can totally do that. Is that a problem? Kind of cool. But it's like, it's an old move. I'd like to make you do this move in a way. Just because it's actually something a bit new. Bring it even further back, but oh no, this is a new one. Find user on this channel. Bit oxymoronic about no whores, real cheap. Whatever. Doesn't matter if this is dirt. It doesn't actually need to be a crumble, does it? Thinking about it. Doesn't really get you anywhere at this point. It's kind of just bad, right? It's just gonna kill you. Or like be a bad way to get to here. It'll just be dirt at that point. Would it be bad if this was dirt? So it'd be fine. Might actually be way simpler than I'm thinking. Click the thing every time before it works properly again. Yeah. Thanks, Twitch Gamer Plays. Says, hi, I'm a big fan. No, I'm sure you're not, but that almost feels like the most like bot-y thing. The most like under the radar bot thing. Twitch Gamer 216 says, I like your streams. But if it's non-offensive, that's fine. Just a bit sus. Yeah, so like, yeah, I don't think Super Jump actually helps you here, which is cool. Horizontal stuff is the key. Diagonal down stuff even better. Very little way for vaults and stuff to help out with this. And like, kinda, I guess. The ideal. I could put another spike there, but I just, you know, it'd be really just sort of ruling out. Just say don't bother because that's not a good idea, kind of thing. You know, actually, that's not the worst idea in the world. Oh no. Yes. It's okay, we've lowered the dirt on the other one, so we can lower this one. How many does it actually get? Peaks. There, and then you've got a reach of maybe one higher. Oh, being paused crashes the game currently. That's interesting. So you've kind of got like a peak reach of like here-ish, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles. Not including what, yeah, from the very 10 tiles up from where the spear is. What's the name of the game? The name of the game is PokeyPoke. If you're on Twitch, you can actually just type. Might be able to just type PokeyPoke. I'm not sure. But does that work? Yeah, my Nightbot will give you the link to it. So that's the game. How did I make the chat? I've actually got a video on that. You look up like Game Maker Twitch overlay. You'll find my video where I talk about how I did that. Right, so from right at the bottom we get to here, right? That's a lot higher we need to lose because then we can't want like from here upwards we can reach. And honestly from here it starts to look like you can reach. But here's where it's like actually very obviously possible. It's like jump up there, bounce and grab that or whatever, right? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotta grab this. recovery if you fall. A little thing to kind of bounce. It's a bit empty. No, we can do other things about that. Not compromise what we've built. Interesting interactions thinking about it. Ooh, we need to be careful with that because that's also us. Like 1, 2, 3. From here would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's very reachable. Needs to probably be the. So hard, man. That super jump is so good. You have to. Around sometimes. Yeah, loads of Gandas. Like every month they've pretty much been releasing like major updates. Man, it took them a while to kind of remake that account. Probably should get some mods at some point. Thanks, Twitch Gamer Plays. There's just like one more, like to be able to repeat that, but we might be able to sort of do it over here. Up from it is kind of cool. This, save. Oh, yeah, with the game actually crashed, we actually have to rerun it again. Things have gone really quiet. We're just in a quiet bit. As I said before, Amjad, you have to place a live call. You have to do both actually. You have to place the object and make sure that's hanging about, and then you have to place the live call thing in every event, not just every object, every event that you want to make live. And the way you set it to a room is a little bit more complicated. You make a blank room and a blank object. You have to kind of define those in GM Live. There's documentation, and then you like somewhere in your game. I just do it in the GM Live object, but like you mark that particular room to be live. tier of GM do I have? I don't remember. Not the top one. It's like the, I don't know, the indie one or the professional one, something like that. Whatever, I can't remember what it's all called these days. I have whatever you get if you already owned it before they went to the submodel. So I just have that permanent license still, I think. I like that little jump out of there. You as well. Interesting little puzzle here of like, how do you get rid of that? There's a lot of ways. There's one. It's just fun to do. Would there be more to getting up here? Like, this is a bit boring, right? Maybe just some spikes to get around on your way up. If there is, again, it's like, oh, it'd be really fun to make people like kind of go whoop, whoop, but you would never do that. You just be like, aye, you know. Oh, thank you very much, Agendas. Much appreciated. Let's check on there. Floaty, breaky rocks in the empty space. No, yeah, nowhere close. Better. Isn't under there that needs to go. It's broken out. No pun intended. Ugh. So many ways to ascend. Bring that in. Deal. I think I already tried that. Be almost. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so just bring that whole thing in a bit.
Gotten too quick to get rid of it all. I forgot what the general shape of it was now. No, true, but I think you could maybe just about make it anyway. Matching the bottom would be kind of... trickier to do a useful super vault from as well, but would be quite fast probably. Probably afford that as well then. Usually have to move an actual object for it to work, so we'll just do that. That quite a lot. You can do that, that's actually kind of cool. Man, I'm not very good at it. Clicking speed is not good today. Ooh, yeah, you can totally do that. Sick. Too far. Oh, right, yeah, because it gets pushed out too, right? Yeah. Whatever. I'm pretty satisfied that's probably possible, but I don't actually don't care if it is that much. Bit too much nonsense here, like this is a bit too uninspiring. Maybe it's okay, not everything has to be hyper precise all the time. Maybe put a spike here, just sort of discourage getting up here. Although then we get an extra bit of the falling movement. I don't think there's any way to make you do that. This is just alright as it is. Let me just don't overthink it. This could even be a little cabin in a way. You could put a trial here if I really wanted, but I think I want to focus first on this linear bit. Super unnecessary, but probably fast. Manually tiling. Hate it. This, maybe, no. Left, I don't think, yeah. You. Oh, it would be bigger than that, actually. Whatever. Just because it just doesn't really work unless you get high enough. Grab that. I don't know actually that really even does much. I might be able to get to the... Timed right, I think. You could probably maybe get that. Also a thing, does that reset your momentum? I'm not actually sure how that interacts. It felt like I went slower. Ah, it's so hard because you instantly start falling. Do something like that. In theory, you could start that and then hit the wall because you get the spear back instantly on a vault. You've seen how that plays out. Vaulting when you're actually already holding the roof. Actually hard. It's always reset. Yeah, it would make sense. They kind of set it to something specific. The reason they do that is to guarantee that you're always going to go that sort of distance when you the same sort of distance from a particular angle. That's quite important. And the only reason this works is because then you add momentum by moving. Easier to try on the floor, really. I don't know, I felt there was something there. That's a move of some kind. And potentially a very cool one. If it's early enough, you probably preserve some momentum. There's something there. That's more than just like that angle. Yeah, probably because you're probably not resetting horizontal anything. They're pretty independent a lot of the time. Ah. Stupid intended method being all hard. I do feel naturally wanting to do that, which is weird, because I would have thought it was easier to... Just me, my stupid brain. Ah! Ooh, it's a cool move. Why do people do it? I already hate it. There we go. Yeah, you can literally just do that. And that's fine anyway, I don't really care too much. It's just like... Maybe it's faster, I don't know. It's an option. Do more! Roll into the stone slope, yeah. So it's like here, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a really cool jump actually. Really any other way to get that? You get kind of the same, similar-ish, but you don't get that same upwards arc at the end there. It's a cool, unique art. Find ways to use that. Combination things. I'm glad, Stephen Hicks. Hope it goes well for you. That's even Cosmos tech, really. Like that could just be pretty much. That's like this area trial level stuff, probably. Don't know though. We'll see how it goes. Right. I haven't tried this yet either, but that'll work out. So this bit. I kind of want to put one of those kill zones in here, so we might change up how the camera works, because I don't know how to do those. Those momentum issues. What about? Forgetting how a system I set up works. It's a trial. Each trial line. Hey. Oh. Oh yeah, we would do it with like 2 cameras overlapping or something. Well, I think it was just also in the beach. Oh no, we just had the beach always just let you fall as far as you wanted. I think we got rid of that idea of just not being able to fall off. There's another one, I think. Oh. We have the ability. We have the technology. That edge 0. Is that literally just hit? Give that a go. Actually, yeah, we probably just want it to be in the grid. That's probably fine. Wait, where's Death Edge? Here is the default, though. This way. Hey, Brian, glad to hear it. Kind of surprised by the response to it in general, honestly, so that's cool. Oh, maybe it's not this one. The one underneath does something. I'm waiting to stumble into the reason why I always use a second camera position to do this whenever I need to, but we'll find out, I suppose. It's like what happens if you gotta follow horizontal. Hopefully this will be a bit easy to test now. You just save it in. Room is very big, yep. This particular room I think is 12,000 pixels in each direction. And each screen is 640 by 360, so it's a lot of vertical screens. I think this is the biggest room in the game, mountainside. How do you do it? A lot of work. Gaming Opera GX, the average FPS in MSL is a lot worse than running a normal. Well, Opera GX browser, right? Like, yeah. So you're making a HTML5 game then, right? Which is just has lower performance than like a native Windows game. And also has a lot of its own kind of considerations and things as well, usually. Okay, so that works. Even starts the camera moving, which I think is like a bug, but kind of like, because I think it's like going to the next good thing, but actually kind of has a cool effect. Ah. What was going on there? Like stabbing and it's like losing it. If I jump and stab. It's like hitting it and then just immediately letting go. What's going on with that? Like I'm holding the button. So much is just like, I don't know, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the spear suddenly that's just, I swear didn't used to happen. I have to have a spear collision mass refact today, where we work all this stuff out. I just don't get why. Like triggering extra stabs or something like that, maybe. Something getting buffered. Like, I noticed there was a way like I could do this and like it just wouldn't, like quickly after dying, it just like wouldn't do the second stab, or it would take a really long time to do it with some sort of weird input delay. It's not really how it works though, because once it hits the corner and does it like changes state entirely and is no longer looking for that kind of thing. So I don't get it. The only thing you can think is it's like losing the click and it's like then going back. You know, it's letting go of the button afterwards. Might be an input thing as well. Like I know that's changed a few things. Actually, that would probably explain a lot, because I've switched over to Juju's input library, and there might just be some tricky things with the hot swapping, because like I have it set so you can kind of just pick up the controller and so on, but that instead of actually using both at once, it swaps between the two, which is causing some weirdness. I think that would explain quite a lot actually. Some things like lagging and taking a moment and then yeah. Constantly trying to make sure that this is the right controller. I have any of this plugged in at the moment though, so it's kind of weird. Either way, it's not important right now. What was important was me doing this camera wrong. Ah! Yeah, that happens. And then the grid, oh yeah, it did pull the camera vertically a little bit, and that's because this is a follow vert. So when we're here, we actually care about the player height. And when we come to here, it actually moves up a bit, but that's not bad. could also bring it down as well. But then you would, yeah, then you would, the death would be weird. Or would it? It's the bottom edge of the collision, isn't it? Where the grid works would be, that's confusing. We just want focus one. Wait for that to update. Then invisible on you, that implies that it's gone below your background or something. Background is somehow even lower than its negative pivot position. Oh, there. Kind of makes sense. Probably still will even after this, actually, thinking about it. We'll see. Curious. Yeah, now it moves down. I like it to just shift horizontally, but... Well, I mean, it would if I didn't even have a camera zone, but we need one to do the death thing. Well, I suppose the way I would do that would be keep it on follow, but like, I don't know if I want it on follow. Like, even here feels a little weird. The camera's like... Oh, wait. I literally copy and paste that. Yep, that's gonna be an issue. Theory, yeah, this is a nice... With that, I'd like clean that up. Maybe also this. Yeah, that camera. Because it moves up as you're going up so that you don't completely just like lose your cursor. Ah! God damn it. Quite a few comfy ways to get through there, actually. Looks way more intimidating than it is. All these spikes. Might not need... yeah, spikes might not be the best choice there after all. I think maybe actually we just rock this instead. Do this. It all takes as long as this just to do the first pass on it. Takes a long time. How far along is the game? Got a long way to go. It's kind of like past pre-production is kind of where I'm at with it now, right? So we've built like all the mechanics, more or less, that we want in the game. A few absent, but mostly meta things, narrative stuff, and so on. Everything is in at a bare bones level, at least. That's including all play mechanics, including some what people haven't necessarily seen, but they've been in and tested and prototyped and so on, and various test trials and stuff like that. And where I'm at now is kind of like building, yeah, is the level building. It's a lot of work, but it's like the first big pass of getting like at least the linear path from start to end of the game done, which involves doing all of up here, doing this, all of this, and then hopefully like 2 more areas as well. Sort of 3, but the last one's kind of a bit simpler. Why does my room look like that with green and blue squares? Are there some object zones that help me? Yeah, so the blue squares are like camera zones. And we've got one big camera zone that kind of covers the whole thing that's like a default sort of camera for this area. The green squares are just helpful for me in terms of like, I have a camera mode that's grid, and it will like go to that, so I can kind of like plan things around where kind of screens roughly are and stuff, but these triggers allow me to do things that like slightly offset it or change it in a little bit different ways. Room resizing is on its way, actually, from what I've learned. Have I tried the Godot? No, I haven't, but I'm asked about it very frequently. I'll probably try it at some point or other. Kind of crazy how popular Godot is. It's like how much interest there is in it, like all the time. Like it, like not a lot about it like looks super appealing to me, honestly. Being open source is quite cool. Also a bit of a double-edged sword when it comes to doing like platform porting and stuff like that, but it's cool in theory. But I don't know, not a lot about it just from like the outside. Was like super appealing, but like loads of people love it, so obviously must be something there. So I'll probably give it a go at some point or other, just to sort of learn and expand my horizons. Certainly not swapping PokeyPoke over to it or anything daft like that. That would be one way to guarantee the game never gets moving. And what do we want for this bit? Screen, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of potentially 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, maybe 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, kind of out. It's more like 39, 40, 41 probably, 42. Alright, so almost a quarter. 2 days work, it's not that bad. I think some of those later on will be kind of simple as well, because I'll want to create a momentum of climbing the mountains. So some of those last ones might not actually be as super hard, they might just be kind of simple. It's just like, we're almost at the top kind of thing. People really didn't like the submodel, did they? They should have done it a long time ago. I think honestly the biggest pain point with the subscription thing is they've just waited too long to do it. But I don't know. It's a scary thing for them to have done as well, I guess. It was just gone harder and harder with, like, you know, like, it's like, yeah, we've got things like Godot which are like free, right? They were able to do so much more stuff all of a sudden with like Opera and everything, but it's just like, you kind of wonder if some of it's too late. I liked this movement, and I don't know if we can kind of like encore it over here a little bit. I suppose we can. We're literally just doing this sort of thing, right? Be careful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Getting close actually, can't really go much lower than this. Finds a way to do a super jump that gets this like super jump that goes like 1 tile higher. I'm screwed. I wonder what actually happens if you do like super jump and hit the rock from below. I think it would reset your momentum and you wouldn't go as high. Oh, you can't anyway because you'd lose the spear. Of course. You literally cannot do that. Thank God. I'm glad, Viper. Now that's the hope. Maybe there is a like rock might actually be better. They'll draw the eye to like the bits of dirt, but like frame it with the rock rather than with spikes. So they're a bit mechanical. Just now and again. Yeah, I think it's cool because it makes you kind of drop rather than jump onto here. That would be cool. I was thinking about that before, actually. These in. Let's crumble. Yeah, right there. Use them enough, really. Would be cool. Wow, actually, you would have to ult from there, wouldn't you? Actually, I don't think there would be another way to. Particular move again, as fun as it is. Off the edge of here is a bit of a. You just fall all the way down. Let's see what it's like. I'm kind of just going designing as I go. We've got like the rough shape of everything, and I've got like vague ideas about these things that are kind of built into the shapes I've drawn and so on. And then we kind of flesh out the vision I had for that thing as we get to it. Like, all the basic geometry exists for the game, right? Just all the areas and stuff. You know, it's like actually putting in the meaningful geometry is where I'm kind of at now. It actually feels a bit weird up there now that those spikes are gone. You know, this just feels like a weird void. Maybe it was better with the spikes. I don't know. They're very good at saying, like, don't go here. that. What do you mean by rooms stacked next to each other? Odd now that there's multiple chat rooms. It's the same one every time. Why do they not just ban the specific phrase at this point? Like, how did Twitch not just globally ban that one phrase? Yeah, the URL is different. But like, they've literally not even had to change the phrase for like forever. Bowser, you're right, you're around a lot. Yeah. You're a mod now. Congrats. Oh yeah, I can blacklist the phrase. I probably should do that. No, it's just they're camera trigger zones. The room is just one giant room. Oh look, it's all changed. Finally, that guy gave me something to do while I was waiting for this. We'll use that one. You gotta, yeah, that's really cool actually, because now you actually have to grab the bottom of that one. Ooh, that is tight but cool. Helpful. Meow. Yes. Become the I mean, that's pretty much how I make the decision about wanting me. You get. That is cool as heck, though. I like that. The beginning of that is sick. You gotta grab the bottom of this one as well, really. You can probably do it grabbing the side, I'm not sure. Digital generation. Have you seen how long it takes me to make a room that's like not terrible? Manually? You want me to write an algorithm that can do that? Are you mad? Yeah, you can just about do that. Tricky. And add a mech. I don't even know what you mean by a mech. Gonna resolve something with the camera when you grab this thing. I think I know how to do. I've got an idea. Oh, you literally mean a mech. Okay. That's okay, but like, you know what happens when you come off here, it's like, whoa, camera kind of loses its mind. Could actually just make it like a... You go up rather than the thing you go around. Could be cool. Well, if it's not the same distance, then you absolutely need to be able to... That's actually kind of interesting though, so maybe I will just do it like that. Oh, 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 oh. Special one again. How do we do one ways? Oh, Valley, how do we do one way bridges again? Just in tiles, one way, okay. Simple as that, apparently. Don't know if I have to place a depth tile for it, or if it just works. So I guess it must. Let's process it. Ah. Oh, right, it's trying to do... Because yeah, I'm screwing with it. Yeah, I manually place the camera those. Rat Stepper, that's really cool. It's alright. I mean, like the biggest thing in the room is like the amount of tiles, right? Causes me some headaches with some things, but performance-wise, tiles are really fast. Entities I can have like unload themselves at a certain distance from the camera, which can have its own problems. Some entities I want to keep loaded all the time, but I just have a flag for that as well, so some are loaded all the time. But usually that comes down to like 20 objects or whatever, 20 instances in one of my really big rooms that are just on all the time. The rest just sort of like all the spikes and stuff like that just turn themselves off when the camera's far enough away, so like you don't ever have that many on at once. And the yeah, like I said, tiles are just super cheap. So that's one of the most expensive things, is building the vertex buffer that exists for all the yeah, the whole point was to get those bits in. I don't know if that's going to turn those into one-way platforms now though. Might behave weirdly. Let's see. probably hide something. The walls are no, the tile. They're just tiles, but like, I like process them into, well, a tile now still. But I like simplify it down because obviously there's lots of different tiles here, right? But like we simplify it down, we go through all the tiles when we start a room and be like, okay, that's a collision tile, that's a collision tile, that's a collision, that's a one-way platform, and so on, onto one giant collision tile map. And then we use that for the player to work out collisions and all that stuff. This music, I mean, none of the music you're hearing now is music for the game, to avoid any confusion. This is just music that's by a guy called Ben Barnes, who just like released a Spotify playlist of like a whole bunch of the music he's made for various different things, and is like, yeah, you can stream all of this if you want. So I was like, okay, cool. So I just use it often as stream music. Sometimes I'll use Chill Hop Radio as well, because that's good. Yeah, I know, I know. A lot of things would fit this game. There's a lot of the vibes I use while working on the game would fit the game, I guess. Iterating. Okay, what was I gonna do? No, we should add one extra little challenge of some kind to get this as well. Oh, maybe this is the one, actually. Can do this. It'd still be easier, yeah, probably just jump, super jump, and it's like awkward, but you would still land it easier. Oh, maybe not. Maybe all I would have to do to prevent that would be like murder ceiling. Small group things, so I don't always have to do individuals for groups less than what? Less than 8 in specific spots like this. This is cool. crafting ones here. Oh, if you want the music on, hang on, the sticks. Yeah, that's the playlist. Done the socket ones in a while. Because like when you don't have the spear, there's just not a lot you can do. It's not that interesting. It was going to be a thing. It was just like, oh, you throw the spear into a button thing, and then you're without the spear for a little bit. And but like when you don't have the spear, all you can do is jump. You got the button up here. Can I do that? Oh no, they're all thingy now. It should be button touch rather than touch button, really. Can I do that? Hang on. Okay, we don't refer to that anywhere in code. Good, let's do this then. Really, so you just auto run into it. So you don't accidentally just run straight headfirst into that spike. Oh, it's weird flipping X. Yeah, whatever. Where's my entity grouping list? Groups. Any book. That's 301. The entity unloads and this is fine. I think. That stuff work. Some spawners about the place so we don't have to keep running through the whole thing. Hey, underdoggo. You can leave the spear and walk away, yeah. It comes back if you go, like, if the spear is ever off the screen, it'll automatically, like, do its return thing.
else. I'd actually rather you undid that, actually, Bowser the Dog. You're still here. Just because, like, Feedback Friday and the likes, like, sometimes I'm like people will be like, can I plug my game in the chat? I'll be like, yeah, sure. And I don't want them to, like, suddenly get banned or whatever if they do that. Or it would ban them or whatever, or just block it, but... Right. You can see things loading in there as well when I'm like moving around the place here. What's this? Is this on top of it? It is. No, this is like way higher. I plan to put it. Here will do though. I look forward to seeing the speedrun strat for this bit, if it involves like double stab wall across or whatever. Super vault or whatever it might entail. Oh yeah, good. That's why we put those in. A bit like joking, but less horrible. I think so. No. Why am I finding this so hot suddenly? Yeah, I put those there so you would have to pull from here, but you can literally just jump, right? It's actually a little redundant. What you get. This is suddenly so tight. Did this loads early? This is the thing, like it's so hard to gauge. Or just going up here. Ugh. Might just be weirdness with one-way platform generally, but like, yeah. And that's just that's not a one-way platform thing, that's a general issue with like, if you can like hang at the point between two thingies, camera zones. It's like, ooh, what's this about? Why is there a spiky here? Hit that with the speed. Maybe you can when it's the red ones. No, good. Cool. Oh, we found a way to force this. Better or something there, really. I guess there's that. Okay, that did nothing. Why did this not open? Do I actually have to set a target now specifically rather than just do that? That way anyway, but
Ah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there's all kinds of particles and stuff. Can't remember if those are actual particles or just instants. So might actually be particles, those ones. Yeah, actually, yeah. I have a way too complex system involving like things having like trigger IDs or whatever that I set, rather than instance IDs as such. Like it hits a group, and then like I can assign a whole, like I could place a whole bunch of those and have them all be affected by that one spear, that one button. Do here. We can quite further up. Question of getting priorities and overlaps right to stop that thing from happening. Flags of start. We don't have any flags for like can't start from. You know, that's implied, isn't it? Start from grounded means it doesn't start from hang. Like it only starts when you touch the ground. It only starts when you hit. And that just means doesn't start when you're in the air. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Guess we want one over here that kind of overlaps and only starts on like touching the ground. Unless I stretch this one up. If we made it camera zoom focus. Focus is like, I get which one's which. This is the one that does nothing, yeah. We'll probably have a different icon. Focus. The focus wants to go there. Then like be locked somehow. Down one, up one, up one. There we go. And then we can put this like here, stretch it down to like there. Make this one. I know named instances become a weird thing with GM Live, so testing this might be a pain. Well, could maybe do. worked. How you doing since nearest, right? Yes. So let's just make sure that works as I expect. So this will reload here in a second. Should we should basically be out of the camera. Oh, I mean, yes, but not in the way we expected. It's something. Okay, that's actually what we expected, but what? Oh, it's still grid. No, follow full. Yeah, it's actually the same, it's just different, just literally a different sprite. I think it should work. It just not be, it'll just be an instance reload thing. A room reload thing. Can't GM live everything. I'm writing it in Game Maker, Joy Man. Game Maker 2022.5, as it were. Oh, somebody answered. Oh, no. Oh, I need to put one higher up, so I have to do this bit every time. I have to play my game. It's actually a real problem because it is fun. Nice. So let's... no, we'll try this first. Okay, yeah, this is actually what we expected. Now if we jump out of that, it changes to this, yeah. So then, in theory, we put a higher priority one up here. Collapse with this. Either on the floor or hanging in here. Because if you're hanging here, just off the edge of this. Cause the same issue. Oh no. If you're hanging here. Oh yeah. Just overlapping that doesn't help, I don't think. Ah. Hey Harmadeo, thanks, me too. There are not going to be any enemies though, for what it's worth. Hazardous objects, hell yes, there's quite a lot of them. Yeah, we're also live on Twitch. Both! Twitch.tv/SeanJS if you like Twitch. I did stream exclusively to Twitch for a while, and that's what we've stopped doing. Sure, I found a way to deal with this, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, we have this one be part, like, this starts from, like, grounded, whatever. Like, you fly up here, but then, like, it doesn't actually change until you touch this surface or whatever. If you drop down and you grab here, it's always gonna... maybe that works. Actually, that one can start from anything. The point is that this one only starts grounded. What even is it? It's grid vert, like the base one, I think. Follow vert. Is that like a minimum Y position? I always forget if it's the represent the middle of the camera or the bottom or what. Go with the middle, which would be like here. 9480. We'll see. Yeah, actually reloading is not the best test, so we'll just actually recompile. Oh yeah, I know that, Angelo-san, but like, whether or not I find it difficult varies on the same bit from day to day, you know? Sometimes I'll find it absurdly easy, sometimes I'll find it really difficult. And the wisdom is not necessarily whatever you find is hard is too hard. It's completely irrelevant whether or not you find it hard. Like, you can't use how you find it at all as like a metric for how other people are going to find it. Not really, other than the very, very loosest of guides. So the key is to kind of build, get the vibe you kind of want, but then like just play test it a ton. You just can't get it right the first time. So like, there's not really a lot of, there's not a lot of use in worrying. Like, oh, I find this hard, so it should be like way easier or whatever. Like maybe even probably, but like, you don't know how much it should be easier. There's no point like knee-jerking and changing it like loads just based on how you feel about it either way. Although, as I said, I think it's good to design it consistently, so that then when you get an idea of whether or not it, how players react to it, you can make a consistent adjustment. Also, I want it to be kind of hard. Some way. Kept saying I was going to make a teleporty thing, so I don't have to keep doing this bit, didn't I?
and I simply have not done that. Now it's taking me forever to get back there, but at least this bit's getting a thorough examination. It's at 5 o'clock. I think I'll stop streaming at 5. So I forgot to get lunch, which is annoying. It's cool to hear, Matt. Thought I could help. That death zone on the bomb's so useful though. Glad we did that. Glad we worked out how to do that early on. Okay, so that did nothing. Oh, might be a priority killing thing, but if we walk over here, you get an idea for the height at least. Okay, so maybe now we can kind of like... still, the targeting is still weird on it, probably. At least adjust this height. So, not sure this minimum. Oh no, it's max Y-pulse, right? Ah! 9480, wasn't it? I need to get this bit right. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it, I'm gonna release it so that people can buy it with their money. That did not change that at all. $9,000, see if we can get to have an effect and work out, because I don't know if it's the top left corner of the screen it's referring to, the middle of the screen. I forget every time I try and set one of these up. And also, yeah, if you do want to play a version of it, there is the pre-alpha build, as I'm now starting to call it, on Steam. Okay, again, this is just done nothing. But it is here, yeah? It's sure I had a button. Oh, there it is. Camera zones. Where the player is. I've turned on too many things. What? Let's just... What? Be breaking with. It's gonna be tricky. GM Live is liking camera zones as a thing to be editing. Not lie. It's kind of to do with, yeah, wall clings between two camera zones. It happens in a few places in the game. Oh, right, first of all, no, let's put us... Goddamn. Grab you. You're coming up here. No. Maybe that is better. Here is probably the best. Didn't need to make an Undertale fan game, I just worked on Deltarune Chapter 2 instead. Did one better. My face, am I sitting off screen? That can happen sometimes. Not currently, but maybe I was. Thanks, Super Bow Wars. Anyone on Twitch wonders who I'm talking to a lot of the time. You can't see YouTube chat, but I am also streaming on YouTube. I think I put it in the title, but I'm multi-streaming on YouTube. That makes it kind of clear. Yeah. So where is 9,000? Because that looks like that's where that is. 9,000 is like there? So that looks like that's the middle. Sort of? A bit. Okay, no, it's there. Yeah, okay, so it does refer to the middle of the camera. It's actually kind of annoying. Don't know which edge I would put it. Top left is probably the easiest one, but center it. We want that is what? 95536. I mean, I kind of have ways of doing that. Okay, let's just say, like each of these has like flags I can set to say they only start from grounded or they only start from hanging. And using some combination of these usually is what lets me get around these issues. That's more or less kind of what I'm doing. When does that happen? Is that just something to do with reloading or what? Or when I walk into this, it's like, this needs priority 2, I think. Really weird, like getting in there but not. Lapsed update, I'm not sure. Properly, yeah, just because this one's targeting a thing, I don't think it's reloading well. That might be good now. Become grounded somehow? Oh, it's just because I left the... Yeah, I suppose in theory, like, it gets weird if I start grabbing the wall. Maybe. I thought maybe with it being there's not being many tiles on this layer, I could use the select tool without it like almost crashing Game Maker. But no, I think it's just the room being massive means it's just how it be. Oh, and select it.
do that, so it's just got to select the same tile again. I'm going to be furious. God damn it. Okay, right click. Okay, at least it's quick to do that. Yeah, there's no way to hang and be in this now. Well, I could actually turn, because there's rock here. So I could also turn... I wouldn't do it while you're bouncing here, but the moment you're in here and either land or grab the wall. Yeah, I think that kind of creates an airlock, if you will, that handles everything. And then coming in through here is fine, because it's only if you jump into here it won't go off immediately, but it will the moment you touch something. I can put a tiny one here, but like it's the same, literally the same settings. Like higher priority, and yeah, I could do that. Why not, just to make it absolutely clean. Same size. The way stuff stretches with grids is a pain in the sometimes. Yeah, you can do that now. Well, that's sick. Meet up Friday next week. Probably it's probably gonna be a while. I don't know. I think I'm doing something next week. Oh yeah, I'm going to the Game Maker meetup next week. So I'll be on my way to London. So it won't be a stream at all. Maybe the weekend, maybe the Friday after that. I'm still working out all the streaming stuff at the moment, so we don't really have a fixed schedule anymore. We'll get one again eventually. It's not really even a tiny bug, to be fair. Like, really annoying when you get like it's come up a lot where people have noticed this, and even in like when I've taken it to shows and things, people get like that. So kids are the most annoying thing when they discover a bug in your game, or what they think looks like a bug, where they like hold the controller still with the bug happening on the screen, and they just turn and look at you like, like it's broken. You made it, it's broke. The worst, I think it feels worse when they do that and it's actually something intentional. Like before we did like the vignette and stuff and the slowdown effect for this, like the slowdown happened, but there wasn't that noise playing, and there wasn't like the little vignette that comes in and stuff, so it wasn't clear it was like slow. It's actually like slow-mo, especially because there's not a lot of other moving stuff on the screen. There's sometimes no other moving things on the screen a lot of the time, right? So player 4 is like, oh, you can like fly if you hold this down. Look, it's like a bug. You can fly. You're like, you levitate or whatever. And there wasn't even the throw animation before either. The spear just sort of moved back a bit, so it looked like it was just a hold right click to fly, or whatever to a lot of people. That was the worst because it was like not even a bug. Did this update by any chance? Yeah, cool, so like works with that as well. We did this? Suspicious because it usually doesn't. Let's just reload it. Maybe I did, I don't know. I've lost track. Too easily distracted. I think it's a shade of the vignette, but it didn't have to be either. I mean, you could just literally draw a vignette that you made in Photoshop or whatever, like over the screen if you really wanted. But I think it's like a shader that just says like, just has like the center of the screen, and it's just like the further away you are from that vector, draw pixels like a bit darker, you know? And it just creates a natural like dark gradient that like fans out from the middle of the screen. And then we just sort of use some variables to sort of modify the effect of it to strengthen it, so on, and keep it nice and subtle. There's a general vignette that's just always on when you're in like cave ambience mode, which is all the time here because I haven't set anything else up. In theory, it would look like this more of the time though. The thing is, the lights look so cool and everything, but we're actually outdoors here, so mostly shadows just won't actually be here. It'll actually probably look a bit more like this, which looks ugly at the moment, but that's until Inksplat does his magic and actually put some pretty backgrounds and things into this. Some falling snow and all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, I don't know, I just want to do work at the moment, like, rather than going to shows and stuff all the time. Game Maker Meetup's gonna be the first thing stepping outside my house to do anything games related, and like, just before the pandemic probably. Like, I don't like game shows a lot. I like, you know, like, I like going to NGF and showing the game off and stuff, and it's useful if the timing lines up with a time where I actually want to do some testing or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's like the real life equivalent of Twitter a bit, you know, it's just sort of like I'm going to show stuff off now and again, but it doesn't get anything done, you know? Game Maker Meetup, it's what it sounds like. There's a meetup of people what use Game Maker, and some people who are just in game development in general, and also some people from the Game Maker team meeting up in London, because of course it's in London, on the 24th of June, which is next Friday. And run by Wang and Jupiter. You might not know who they are though. But they're cool people. They used to do a whole bunch of these a while ago, but kind of just ran out of like money and incentive really. So they're hoping that like, you know, the Game Maker team might fund them to do more. That would be very cool. There'll be some talks and stuff. Juju Adams is doing a talk. The long-awaited sequel, this ever-popular Data talk. Data 2.0, I think it's called. I don't know if that's the intent, but that's the impression I got, was the kind of a sequel to that. Weird, I kind of like the ambience of that. I got really used to the ambience of it having the shadows, even though like none of this will be in caves. Or some of it will. Yeah, that works pretty well. That. Hard to tell if I'm grabbing it. Or if I'm just hitting the ground. Yeah, I think it's working. Okay, let's try the other one. Nah. Oh no, that's an issue, of course, yeah. God, I could have gone ages without noticing that. You get that, you do that hard thing, you come up here. That's that. You jump in, it works as well. Cool. So yeah. Well, given the focus is there, maybe what I can do. I was hoping to be like invisible death zone here, but like you fall out of here, that's also a problem. What we can do though is be like, take one of these, it's just the follow vert, which is the whole room by default anyway. Only 0 is just after you leave this thing. No max Y position. I think this, does the base one have a Y offset? I feel like it did. But we might have got rid of it. Yeah, I think it did, but we got rid of it. We have to do really. Ah! Been moving that around. Okay. You. Go with that. Oh man. So much easier to use the non-grid thing now. I know I can just snap objects instances to one another. I'd forgotten that was a feature. This could have probably saved me so much time if I'd have remembered that that was a feature. Yeah, so like this is exactly the same as coming into the base one, so that's not going to cause a weird issue there, is it? It might have caused one anyway, like hanging here, right? Yeah, is that already an issue? Very precise if it is one. Well, yeah, it always would be. It'd be like a sub-pixel thing. It's probably fine. Give us just a death edge. Oh, if I do... Maybe we just stretch this one out. That's not conventional. Like the same thing, right? The problem is like... Then we've got the same problem here again. Maybe. Yeah. Just do the same thing. We wanted to make this less boring anyway. Problem is this has a focus on. It's like I can't change that focus. So like, yeah, no, I'm just realizing when you're over here, it's going to be a different one. So maybe it's actually arms. this. Not as risky as you think, John. This is a death zone. Or the idea is like if you fall out of here, you'll just die. So like you won't fall all the way like down here. It's not that kind of game. Maybe some areas will have that kind of thing, but like generally speaking, long falls just don't feel very good. Unless like you're making Jump King and the whole game is built around it. We're not making that game here though. So if you fall here, what we're going to have is kill you. It's still bad, because then you go all the way back to here, probably. Or at best, like here. Well, it's risky to get like after this, but... finding it in the first place because of the way the cameras will work. Hopefully. Battery recompiled. Try this one out. It's arrangement. I think this works. This looks cool. There's a bit of a weird screen. Just this bottom right corner here. It's too bad though. Right away. What to do about that one? Grabbing, just grab to grab, right?
Sooner or later, the universe will beat everything.
Is it a subpixel thing? I'm not sure. Well, I shouldn't be able to be out of subpixel, right? Oh, but I'm not. I'm literally moving up and down. No, but I'm not moving horizontally, am I? Okay, it's happening again now. There's a lot that goes into that question, Kikarati, but if it helps you to have a rule of thumb, I would say yes. And just best off. It's not a very good Easter egg. That would definitely cause it to happen sometimes on the vertical ones. Those horizontal ones though, I'm not really sure how to get that happen now. Be at a very precise X position. Not it. So is it 6400 exactly? Maybe I need to read that. Like 6399 didn't do it either. 6398. Is it just 639? No, that's the one. So yeah, no, it definitely happened. We saw what happened. Because my thinking is, if it wasn't a subpixel issue, it might be a. Those are not in front of the light layer, no. Oh, rather, sorry, yes, they are in front of the light. That's intentional. Light should really be on here anyway. I don't know. What subpixel issue would even be? So if my thinking was, if it wasn't a subpixel issue, maybe it's just a priority issue, whether they're the same, and it's like just flipping every other frame or whatever. But it wasn't even flipping every other frame though, because it would like go back and forth with kind of a smooth movement. So it was like every few frames it would go back. That's really weird. Oh well. We'll treat that as a bug, so like if it happens, we'll log it as a bug and see if we can work out how to deal with it. And we learn how to reproduce it better. Just thinking about it forever. Now 5:15, said I was going to stop at 5, so better wrap up, really. We're done today. Quite a lot, really. Like, this was all yesterday. We changed a little bit of this at the start of the day. Changed. Basically did this whole bit, really. I kind of like the idea of it worked out a bit, but like we kind of cleaned this up. Brought this inside up here, worked out how we wanted that to be. Here we did this whole bit. This feels like a good trial spot maybe as well, just a nice little rest point. I've already placed loads of these that probably won't even be needed. Like potential trial spots, I guess, is what I'm marking more than the actual ones. I guess that's fine. Actually, yeah, we'll treat it like that. We'll just place like potential trial spots, and then we'll think about what we want to use later. All the rest to go. Cameras and stuff as well. Probably too early to be caring too much about a camera, but it was like wanted to know. I think it was helpful to do there. Here, the default camera works pretty well for just most of this. How do I center a camera, because mine is at the top left, so when it changes to a different target it looks glitchy. I'm not sure what you mean, like it doesn't really matter where you orient the camera around. It just sort of changes the coordinates you use. It doesn't really affect anything about the way the camera moves, generally speaking. Do one last little just crawl up of this and just see the general feel of it. And start to, I guess, here-ish. Well, up here really. I mean, I don't know, man. It really depends how you sort of set up your camera. I can't. You just, I don't know, you make it point at the center. I don't know. Instead of aiming at where the camera object is or whatever, if that's like your top. Or rather than pointing the camera, positioning the view or however you're doing it at where to the same coordinates as the camera object. You need to position, if you want the camera object to represent the center, then you would put it where the camera is minus half your screen width, minus half your screen height, you know, so it like, so you would place like the view at just the view is always represent the top, you're always positioning a view by its top left, right? So you just put that top left wherever you want that top left to be. Weird looking or empty space. Like I always kind of keep some space above this so that you don't stab anything when you try and activate it where I can. There's that font on there, it's annoying me. Kind of looks like there could be something off to the side here. I think we need to revise that. Anyway, this is all second pass stuff. We're not doing a second pass. We're just playing it. General feel. I remember it doesn't. Just jump over. Few ways, I guess. Getting out of the pain though, that definitely needs a safety. Safety, thing on it. Do that while I remember, actually. That's fine. Tiny bit. I had a different. Felt different before, but I have a weird spot for a trial. That one. I'm sure I'll keep that one. Just tend to put them at little break points. Kind of like this one because it's like very easily missable. It's kind of cool. Oop. Ugh, a bit like that. Oh, encoding overloaded. OBS. My whole computer slowed down for running right now. You can do that. I spent ages trying to make sure you can do that. If you can, it's hard because of those spikes. But still rather not have that be. It's a bit difficult. Hit right on the edge. Feel like it might look like you can. It's the main thing to discourage, is people just trying stuff that's done. It's the easy way to do it. Feels easy for me. What would you know? I think that but's hard. Oh, that's potentially very bad. You might want to kill zone here or something. Oh, you don't want that to happen. Go into that camera zone and then fall out and die in it. That's very strange. So many issues. Like, level design for this game is actually really hard. Like, really hard to get right. It's in a way so open and you're so powerful. You get it all done because it takes forever. Like that. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, there's no real cheese based on just how you have to do that. My sound effects, again, like a sound composer does them. I'd pay a person. Okay, this is where we've got up to. To happen again. What are you talking about? I'm not a bug, I don't exist. Yeah, I never considered that before, like this being so low that it's possible to get into from underneath. Can you actually go back this way? Oh yeah, it's actually easier to go that way. That's kind of cool. was a big consideration thing at one point. I was like, oh, every hub world you need to be able to like go both ways and everything, but it really limited the design of some because it's like, well, it's a hub world, you know, you need to be able to get the different trials and things that you want to do. But instead of that limits me. We've opted more for kind of, we're gonna have these warp zones about the place and kind of a pretzel design where things sort of loop back around, tie into things. What was it? Oh, nice grab. Ah. So the camera doesn't actually come off of here because, like, I don't know, some sort of death. I don't know. I feel like we need a death zone like there or something, because that's like a hell of a fall. Put something here. I don't know. I know it really works when it's at the bottom of the camera. It doesn't really work if I just fall and just mysteriously just die when I hit that space. That just looks dumb. What about this whole ball? Oh man, maybe nothing. It really looks like you can do that, doesn't it? I don't think you can, but it annoyingly looks viable. Might want to do something about that. Rethink this whole bit a little bit more. There's like kind of a lot of different paths. It's a bit messy. I forget every time I get here. I'm like, how do I actually get up here? There's like a few different ways. Right, you can go around that way, super jump from here, super jump from down there. This could all just be rock or something. It's just like a ledge you land on if you super jump from below. Be the way to do it. And you can do that one, I think, right? Yeah. Hard, but yeah. Paying someone trained in sound design is really one of the better ways to get consistently. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely paying someone who knows what they're doing to do the thing is generally one of the best ways to get consistently good result. In a lot of different things. Hey Twitch chat, sorry, I'm neglecting you some. Dying in their own game. Yeah, I die in my own game all the time. Start making games and learning Unity and Photoshop. What would I recommend to make my first game? Asked someone half an hour ago. I'd probably not recommend Unity for your first game, but like a lot of people use it with success, so I don't know. Fair enough. If that's what you want to do. But I mean, I don't really. It's hard for me to say because I don't know enough about Unity really to know what it's really good at, or what type of games you want to make. I make whatever, really. Like, I kind of think that's just the way. Just try and do whatever you want to do, and then you'll realize that you can't, and but just try not to be discouraged when that happens, and you scope down, and you'll have a better understanding and a better idea of what maybe you could do from there. I don't believe in the go nuts approach. This might be my favorite bit I've done today. It's like really simple, but just like that's a really cool move. get some of like the rock bouncy stuff that like I kind of wanted from those areas of the beach, but because it was purely vertical, so easily hard to make it like just super jumpable. Just get some of that, and it's sick. Really cool. I like that one as well. It's risky to do without banking a res up there. Ooh. Bank that. Back up there. It's a bit better. Yeah. And then we're gonna have something. Oh yeah. I remember I do remember what I kind of want to do here. This will be cool. I think it'll be hard to super jump Jesus as well, just because the angles involved. Some tight height. Okay, around jumps like this. A little cavern, a little break, maybe a trial or a gem or something going on there. Sure what I was going to do here, but something, or just like the shape of it. This, yeah, I think this was going to be like a little trial. Yeah, this was more like a milestone. This area of like you climb the first big chunk. You know, you've got a little break areas, but it's more of like a major rest area. Like a gem in here and some more of the dialogue and stuff that can go on there. Like I hope, John Raymond. Multiple avenues isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically, but it depends. You're right, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good thing. It was like, oh, we might have been talking about like the thing with like this, yeah, super jumping is like, it's a thing you learn quite early on. It's such a really powerful skill, and it's the problem with it is it's when you use it to just ascend or whatever. It's like the same experience every time. It is cool and fun and everything, but like I want players to have other experiences, and they're not gonna bother trying stuff that's maybe like a little bit harder or whatever, just because. Because they might not even occur to them to do it, because they're just like, oh, how do I get up here? Oh, I've got super jump. Cool, I'm up there. Like, and then they never even consider another way. You don't experiment unless you've got a reason to experiment, you know? And this is basically just like long, vertical, grueling climb. Which will actually be simpler to design at that point, I think, than the stuff I'm doing at the moment. I'm hoping this speeds up. And then we're gonna have a little hot spring. Here is the idea. This like second kind of major milestone. This leads into the core, mountain core, which is kind of like the final main linear area of the game. Exempting kind of the tower and the cosmos, which are kind of extra content, and the Redeem Cavern as well. That's good. Then we have another long linear kind of ruling climb. It's mostly vertical stuff. This stuff's going to be rough if I want to rule out like super jumps, but it might just have a lot of super jumps in it. Just be cool, you know. Then this is kind of like the final stairway to get to. Is this the peak itself? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, it is. It'll be, hopefully it won't be a question. Is this the peak? Hopefully it'll be really obvious, because I'll set the camera up, we'll focus the camera on it nicely and everything, and we're going to do some cool art where we can kind of see like the tower maybe in the distance. Yeah. Oh yeah, these bits like screen transitions, so we'll sort that out as we go, you know, like they're kind of lined up with the grids and stuff here, so I can use that in a pinch, but like I'll mostly be doing my own camera zones on things to focus them, like get them exactly right. So the general vibe of this one is like we follow the player vertically, and horizontally we do a transition. That's the default camera for this area because it's just the one that works the best generally. And then once we've got like a base one that works the best generally, where it doesn't work, we go in and we make the extra, so we end up with the minimum number of like extra camera zones. Still a lot, but yes, you can make mobile games with Game Maker. About done. Yeah, this is what I was talking about with the game. It's like in a mountain, or what we call it the mountain core now. Yeah, this is kind of out of date in a weird way, I suppose, because it's now one area or one room as such, and so is this. So the original design has kind of changed a bit. So that's all the valley now, and that's all the mountainside now, like kind of thing. I think I was going to have it as another area because it seemed dramatic to like actually change area into a peak. Might still even do that. I don't know. We'll see how I feel when we get to actually doing the top bit, because it's not actually much extra work. Just make another room or whatever. But also it's nice to not have a transition because it's just like you just the camera move and it's just like, oh, you're at the top all at once. Might still, as I said, we'll see how we feel when we get to it. But right now it's all planned to be one room. And then you go all the way through the inner mountain, which is going to be our last. So we've done. This area is more or less locked down. The tutorial bit just keeps changing over and over because it's the tutorial bit. It's like the most important thing in the game, so that still gets iterated upon regularly, and we still change things in there from time to time. This is also more or less locked down. Including this. Trial content and stuff might change. Things will get iterated on and so on, but it's basically done. We haven't done any of Ancient Tower yet. Now we're currently working on this mountainside, which includes this. And there's a lot. Tallest, longest linear section of the game. Its relative size isn't really done justice here. It's like several times taller than the valley is wide, I'm pretty sure. The mountain core, which is probably is quite a bit smaller as an area, but it's kind of like the final area before you get to here, and then you finish the game if you just go through the main linear path. Pseudo, like I even though it's sort of optional, most players will encounter the deep caverns, assuming that makes it into the game. So it's kind of like, I put it as like a higher complexity than Mountainside, but it's probably kind of on par. In fact, Mountainside's probably going to be quite a bit harder. Then like, there's this area which is just going to be like some very hard stuff. And then if you somehow do it all, there's going to be an extra sort of mini area full of absolute nonsense. I'll close the game. I was going to say I have actually designed the cosmos, as like the form of it. But there's not much exciting that's there yet. We were guessing at how many trials we're going to be. We've certainly got enough room in the mountainside for a lot more than 5. So I'm not actually sure. It was me like guesstimating like
kind of how many gems total there were going to be. I think it's actually going to wind up quite a bit more by the looks of it. Oh, that's a better, this image of the green being the kind of path through the game. You sort of expect players to take. Hey, John Ryan. I still don't know if I'm gonna put a passcode or something on the tower, or if I'm gonna like let you discover in the core or something like that, or if it's just gonna be like skill gated. I think ideally, like my principles of the game say it should be skill gated. It's tricky to work that out. Now I've got dialogue from gems and stuff. I feel like I can do little things like hint to the player that, hey, maybe don't go this way yet because it's real hard, and then like that makes it easier to make it real hard. If you just make it real hard, people players can be like, alright, I just got stuck at this stupid bit and didn't know what to do, not realizing they could have gone a whole different way. So I think that's going to help a bit. My ideas for doing like a weird password thing to open the door. Anyway, thumbnail from today. I'll maybe put this VOD live. I don't know. I'll cut it down a little bit and see how that does. I don't know if people want to like watch the. I don't know if it makes the channel messy, releasing giant stream VODs and whatnot. Maybe we'll try it out. Oh, right, we changed the name of it. Oh, button touch. I did remove the capitals from this. That's weird, but whatever. Just get. Yeah. I don't think I actually changed these. Registered them as a change, which is sort of annoying, but we'll see how merge conflicts come up when I merge with Inksplat stuff. Probably should do that merge quite quickly, but I'll stop streaming first. Let's just sort this out. We did think about stuff like that. The geek. Kind of hard just with the way the game works and is to work that out. It'd be cool to kind of. We're thinking about like when you're at the peak, you can at least see the tower maybe in the background or something. But even that's weird when you think about it because the whole game is side on and like technically the tower is like here and you're like here on the mountain or whatever. And we're gonna show the tower like behind that, which is sort of like not actually true, but like I think there's a certain degree of like who cares with that sort of stuff if you can make it kind of cool and convincing enough. Because yeah, in theory you can go do the tower right away as well. It's going to be an interesting thing to consider the consequences of. I think it's going to resist you pretty hard, but if you do it, you can do it, and that's cool. That's cool too. Anyway, thank you everyone for stopping by. I'm gonna finish streaming now. Got 36 on Twitch.
43 concurrent on YouTube, with a peak of like 75, 79. Wow, wow. Wow, just saying I'm gonna stop streaming has dropped my concurrent views to like 24. Look at this graph. You'll just bowed out here. But still, that's like, outperforming Twitch by quite a bit, like instantly. Nothing. I'm gonna say anything. We're gonna finish streaming. Cheers, guys, for watching. As I say, next Friday there won't be a stream because I'll be going to the Game Maker meetup, unless I find some way to stream that. I don't know. But the week after that, we'll be doing Friday again. I don't know if it'll be Feedback Friday or what. Maybe it will be. Maybe it won't be. But we'll see. And when we're doing PokeyPoke weeks, I'll probably be streaming just every other day or whatever we're doing PokeyPoke, because then it's like, I like some days where I can just sit and focus without worrying about streaming, because I get more done when I'm not streaming. But it's still, you know, it's a good excuse to stream at the same time. So we'll be doing more of these. Another question, can I do a video on ADHD game project time management? That'd be so useful. The thing is, I feel like I've maybe overplayed that a bit, because loads of people are like really, like I said, like, oh yeah, I had like kind of ADHD friendly approaches to planning and stuff like that, which I kind of do, you know. Like some of this stuff, just like the fact that the way I use OneNote and everything, I show my personal to-do lists and stuff, but like this task list and stuff, like the issue is with like the other issues I find, like ADHD and planning and stuff like that, is like you can have all of these like notes and plans and stuff like that, and the key is just getting an ADHD brain to actually use them is the tricky part. So mostly it's about consolidation, and it's about like putting things, access to things, they're all in one place. Like I have links in my to-do list to my calendar, which is the other like big thing that I use, and making sure it's all like interconnected, and that I can just see at a glance everything from everywhere, even though it's like a mess. Like in here, like all this stuff, there's like current shown to do, idea stew. I have a whole process for how I like sort this and so on, and just like this giant to-do list and everything like that. But it's more of the ways I decided to do it work better for my brain. I don't know if it's really helpful for everyone. It just helps me with my specific struggles. So like, I don't know if I can really qualify to say like, oh yeah, I have this really great method for ADHD planning and organizing. But if I think it through, maybe I could, you know, say maybe I'll do a video on that. I don't know. Because like, I don't know, I think I've learned some good lessons in this stuff, but I just, you know, I don't know that it's really concrete yet, you know. The name of my Twitch channel is twitch.tv/SeanJS. But I am, if anything, looking to lean away from it and more towards YouTube, at least for game development stuff, and still use Twitch for stuff where I just want to chill out. If I just want to do like, I don't know, if I want to play a game or something like that, or just sort of hang out with some people, or whatever, we'll maybe use Twitch for that. But generally, game development stuff is going to be either on both or on YouTube, is my thinking. But we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to stop streaming, like I said I was going to. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm used to raiding someone at the end, but we're on YouTube now, and I don't really know how you do that here, so I'm just going to stop the stream instead. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.